They leave that starting block. They are in the starters' hands now. 7 crews going to the start. It's going to be the winner that'll go straight through automatically to the final. The first, second and thirds from each heat, the coaches will be looking at the times. It'll come up on, we haven't got our computer up and running yet, so we can't give you the times, but you'll get it on Rowit as quick as, and they'll be looking for times to see whether they have made the final, because they're only taking the 3 next fastest times out of the 5 heats. So hopefully you have drawn a fast heat and you're right in behind the leader. That's the theory anyway. Only got the 2 in the tower so far today. We'll have 3 in the tower over Saturday and Sunday for you. Millsy's drawing the short straw. He's got the first session, and Ian's coming on at 3:15 and take you through to the finish. All crews look to be in a pretty good line. There's no need to use the pop-down buoys by the look of it. Water conditions at the start, absolutely spot on like they've been for every regatta this year. Just not too sure where the action will come from here. I'm pretty sure the John McGlashan buoy will be in the firing line somewhere, along with the Targa Boys 1, Jed Tinsdale, Angus Lowe, Max Wallace from Burnside High School. And then, of course, they'll get seeded when it comes to the finals, and you'll see them, the fast crews in the centre lanes. If you're a novice spectator and you're here today, well, welcome along, guys. It's always good to see novice spectators here. We'll try and give you as much knowledge as we can so as you can go by, so as you can get through the day knowing a little bit about rowing by the time you get to the end of it, hopefully. And the first race up, if you're not too sure, is a single scull race. That's where there's one guy with 2 oars. I'm sure you won't be Einstein to work that one out. They do go away in a racing start mode, what they call a racing start, whereas they keep their bodies upright and they use a shortened slide. And that gets the boat up out of the water and start to move. Once they've got it up and moving, after most likely 20 or 30 strokes, they'll start to come out and use the full slide of the boat, and they will start to reach over with their body a little bit, and they'll slow the rating down a wee bit, and the rating is strokes per minute, so they'll be very quick for a starter, 38, 39 in the singles going away from the blocks, and then they'll drop down to around the 31s, 32s. Some rowers prefer to row faster, more strokes per minute as they go through the course. Some with the power can drop it down to less strokes per minute. We'll try and help you out as you go through. If you've got a day sheet then, you should be able to follow your day sheet. It does have a letter on it. And the letter for the boys under 17 single scull first race, first heat up is A. Are all safely in the start zone. Starters are most likely just waiting for the clock to turn over. They've let them go, so the 2023 School South Island Championships are on their way. Out of the blocks, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 3's got the fast lane out by the look of it. Targa Boys 1. That's the guy we thought, Jed Tyndall, that goes out very, very quickly with him. Oh, the 2 on the inside are quite slow. Targa Boys 3 in St Andrews. They're slow out of the blocks. Then we go 2 out from there. We go to John McGlashan. That's the other guy we thought will be in the hunt, John McGlashan. Burnside only a half a length down from him and St Kevin's, and then we have to go quite a wee way back already inside the first 100 to Targa Boys 3, Hayden Drummond. But he's out there competing, that's the main thing. In the meantime, they will bring the second heat in. Of course, we will get that as soon as we can. They've most likely only gone about 300 odd metres, and it is still that lane number 3. That's the crew that's in front. Lane number 3 from Otago Boys. He's got a most likely a length and a half lead of the crew on his right shoulder. That's Timaru. Where's John McGlashan? He went out very quickly. 3 in. John McGlashan from the outside. He's gone out with the Otago Boys sculler. Just on his right-hand shoulder, he has Burnside, but he's a length and a half down inside the first 400 metres. And St. Kevin's another half a length back from there. John McGlashan right in the middle of the course, and Otago Boys. Otago Boys with the advantage over John McGlashan. He's most likely got 3, or he'd have a length. He'd have a length over John McGlashan. So again, the novice spectators, they can move these boats very, very quickly. Within 10 to 20 strokes, you can be a length behind. The next minute we look up with the field glasses, they could be a length in front. Some people say it's a mistake being made by the commentators, but that's what can happen. You can move these boats very, very quickly over and above the 4s and the 8s that take a wee bit more cranking up to go past the crew. It's Otago Boys inside the second 500. Otago Boys over John McGlashan. Oh, there'd only be 3/4 of a length in it. John McGlashan is bringing along with him St. Kevin's on the outside. He's up into 3rd place. Then Burnside is about a length and a half off St. Kevin's. Then we come down to a crew right down in lanes number 2. Oh, lanes number 1. I tell you what, he had a very, very poor start, but he's now moved up alongside into about 4th position now. The one dropping off from there is the St. Andrew sculler. It's Otago Boys 3. I thought that he was going to be completely left. I think he was just slow out of the blocks, that's all. He most likely was about a length and a half down when they went through the first 500, but he has picked up St. Andrews on his right-hand shoulder, and he's still about a length and a half away from the crew from Otago Boys. Otago Boys, where's Timaru? We better take a look and see where Timaru is. 3 out is Timaru. That's Otago Boys 1. 4 out is Timaru. Timaru Boys, and then we go to Burnside, McGlashan, and then Burnside. So it's Otago. Gosh, these scullers are absolute beautiful conditions for them. It's lane number 4. That's the crew that's in front. It's Timaru. It's Timaru 3, Ben Allen from Timaru. Brian Smith, who does the coaching. That looks like the crew that's in front. It looks as if he's got a little bit of a gap now on the Otago Boys sculler. He might be just starting to drift off in this third 500 because he's about a length and a half back now, and it still goes out to John McGlashan. So we'll go back to the leaders. I'm pretty sure there's about a half a length between McGlashan and Timaru. St. Kevin's, don't forget about St. Kevin's on the far side, Millsy. They are right up there as well. Then we come down to Otago Boys, who is just starting to feel the pinch a little bit now. He was right in the firing line going through the 1,000-metre peg. Then on his left-hand shoulder, there's nothing between the two down the inside, St. Andrews and Otago Boys High School. But it's definitely Timaru. He really must have just laid in some real big ones, just as I was talking about how you can move these boats so easily. Right through that 1,000-metre peg, he must have put in some real big ones. Does all his training on the little estuary there in Timaru. He knows the shortcuts on the course here at Twizel as well. Timaru Boys it is. He has a look out to his left. John McGlashan only 3/4 of a length away from him. John McGlashan looks out to his left. Timaru Boys looks out to his right. They're having a yarn between each other, these two. There'd only be 3/4 of a length difference. They've now opened up quite a big gap over Otago Boys, and maybe St. Kevin's right out on the far side. Nothing between St. Kevin's and Otago Boys. I think it's definitely Otago Boys hanging on to third as they go into the final 500 metres, or towards it anyway. Timaru's going to show their colours for the very first race of the day. Boys under 17 single sculls, 1 of 5 heats. Timaru wants to go straight through. He doesn't want his coach to be sitting around by a stopwatch looking to see if he gets in by a time. Timaru, right-hand shoulder is John McGlashan. McGlashan is, he's a good length and a half back from the Timaru sculler. Then we go out to Stall Otago Boys, but he's under pressure from St. Kevin's across the far side. 3 or 4 lengths back to Burnside, between those sandwiched up, and Burnside's locked up with St. Andrews, and St. Andrews would have about a length over the boy from Otago Boys 3. That's Hayden Drummond down there on the inside. He made up a lot of ground, but he's burnt himself out now because the St. Andrews boys, number 1, has gone past him. Benjamin Bolton's gone past him, but it is Timaru, Ben Allen, sitting out in front down towards the yellow boys they go. Oh, he's got a good 2.5 length lead. He's just gone away since he hit the 1,000-metre peg. He just went to the front and he's just gone away from them. He's inside the yellow boys now. He's under no pressure whatsoever, and he's going to be the winner of the first heat of the boys under 17 single sculls. So it looks like McGlashan's going to have to look for time. I don't think the other crews are close enough to look for time. Targa Boys hanging on to third. A little bit of pressure still from St. Kevin's on the outside, and on his left-hand shoulder is the crew from St. Andrews. Then we go back to Otago Boys 3 and Burnside. Timaru Boys high. Their number 3 sculler, Ben Allen, looks like he'll go straight through to the final. He's going to get the buzzer for the first heat. Well done, Ben. John McGlashan will take the second buzzer. Otago Boys, number 1, will take the third buzzer. St. Kevin's, St. Andrews, Otago Boys 3 and Burnside. There's just around 45, somewhere around about there, schools competing here at the 2023 South Island Secondary Schools Regatta. There's, I think, just over 1,000 competitors. We'll get that as accurate as we can for you as soon as we can. In the meantime, we'll go and pick up the second heat that's got Cashmere. Down in lane 1, we've got Cromwell College in 2, Burnside's 2 crew in 3, Timaru's 1 crew in 4, Wakatipu's number 1 crew in 5, Dunstan Arms 1 crew in 6, and it's Dunstan High School, James Hargest out there in lane number 7. It's Timaru Boys again. Josh Bartlett, Brian Smith again does the coaching for both these two boys. So it's Timaru again. Gosh, Josh, you'll be happy with that guy. Getting 2 of your crews through if he can hang on over this last 752.22 metres. That is Timaru with a commanding lead over Wakatipu. Wakatipu in turn has got a lead then over the crew from, looks like Dunstan Arm. No, it's not Dunstan Arm, it's the crew from James Hargest. Then we come down the inside to lane number 3, that's Burnside. They're about 4 or 5 lengths away from the leader. That just shows you how much he is out in front. Burnside's got about 3 lengths over the crew from Cashmere, and Cashmere's got about 4 or 5 lengths over the crew from Cromwell College. So back to the leaders. Timaru, again, like we say, off the Twizel course, they do a lot of their rowing training camps, but off the little estuary at Timaru, we go in the right-hand shoulder, but about 4.5 lengths down as the crew from Wakatipu does all their training on Lake Hayes. And then we have to go to maybe lane number 3, which is Burnside. Most of their training done on the Avon River in Christchurch. There's your first 3. I don't think anyone's close enough to the leader to be looking at times, but I take it they will do. When we get our computer up and running, we will give you the times if we can for you of the winning crews. Down in that brilliant water conditions, right down into the Gold Boys they go. Timaru. Timaru have had a really good season at club level this year. Their colours have been out in front in most regattas. He's through the Gold Boys now, and he's got a good 5-length advantage over the crew from Wakatipu. Keegan Green it is. John Morrison doing the coaching of Keegan. And then we do come back to lane number 3, Burnside. Morgan Fryer, Molly Mates and Rob Mates are the coaches of the young fella from Burnside High School. Then from Burnside we go 3 to 4 lengths back to James Hargis off the Aridi River and Invercargill. Inside them, Dunstan High off Lake Dunstan and Central Otago. And then we come down the inside to Cashmere off the Avon River, Christchurch, Cromwell off the top end of Lake Dunstan and Cromwell. That's the way to go down to the line. Too good, the two Timaru boys, 1 and 2. Well done, Brian. I'll go down and get the buzzer. Wakatipu will take the second buzzer, but I doubt that he's close enough to be in the top fastest 3. Burnside, then we go out the outside to James Hargis, inside him Dunstan Arm, and down on the very inside is Cashmere. So we immediately go and pick up heat number 3 for you. St Andrews 2 and 1, Bayfield High in 2, Christchurch Boys in 3, Cashmere High School in 4, St Bede's in 5, Shirley Boys in 6, and Marlborough Boys welcome down from the top of the South Island, Marlborough, number 2 crew. Seven crews listed, 7 crews on the course. Coming out of lane number 4, showing Cashmere colours. This is Jimmy Matterditch from, or Middleditch it is, Coach Joe and Matt. They do the coaching of this young fella off the Avon River in Christchurch. This is Cashmere High School, number 37. And when I say number 37, that's not his stroke rate. He's sitting out in front. Gosh, there's going to be no close finishes here in these heats, that's for sure. The 3 scullers so far have been way out in front from the rest of the field. St Bede's, Harrison Staples, under Aaron Maxwell's guidance. He will be up into second place. He'll get the second buzzer on his right-hand shoulder. We go another couple of lengths back to Shirley Boys, Noah Vizur. It's David and Daniel doing the coaching there. And then we come down the inside to lane number 3, Christchurch Boys High School. All those Avon River crews in the middle of the course. Matthew Dennis, Coach Tim Osmus. So as they head down through the last 500 metres, under no pressure whatsoever is Cashmere. Jimmy Middleditch from Cashmere. He'll get the yellow boys. You'll know he's only got 250 metres to go. He won't want to crank it up. He's most likely got 3 or 4 other rows today, so he won't want any more. And then on his left shoulder, but way back by 4, 5, 6 lengths, even back from there, is lane 3, Christchurch Boys, Matthew Dennis from Christchurch Boys. And then on the right-hand shoulder of the leader is St Bede's. There's not much between Christchurch Boys and St Bede's. I think St Bede's has got an advantage over Christchurch Boys by about 3/4 of a length. And he's bringing with him Shirley Boys, the 3, 4 crews off the Avon River, sitting out there all drawing each other. They're most likely trained against each other on the mighty Avon River over that 2,000 metre course. Some of those training rows that they have up there are so fast they can do that 2,000 metre course in about 3 minutes 42. That's with the tailwind. So down towards the line, he's way down on his rating. So if you're a novice spectator, you can just see the leading crew, the leading lad that's out in front, and you'll see how nice and slow and quiet he is through to the front to catch the catch up. He's down on about 27 strokes, 26 strokes per minute, and that's reasonably slow. It tells me that he's just powering it through. Whereas if you take a look at the guy that's in the second place, he's about 4 or 5 strokes more. He's just a little bit quicker through to the front. But he'll get it. St Bede's will get the second buzzer, and it will go down here to Christchurch Boys, then Shirley Boys, and then we'll go down to St Andrews number 2. Across the far side, out of lane 2, is Marlborough Boys number 2 and Bayfield High School. Your fourth heat will have King's High School out of lane number 1, Otago Boys 2 out of 2, Ashburton College in 3, Timaru Boys High School in 4, Mount Aspiring College number 2 crew in 5, Shirley Boys High School number 2 crew in 6, and Christ College's number 3 crew out in lane number 7. Not long gone through the 1,000-metre peg, and we'll go right out. So again, we go in 4 in from the outside, which is Timaru Boys again. Timaru Boys 2, Blake Parker. He looks like he's going to get a little bit of pressure put on him from out in lane number 7. It's lane number 6 it is, Shirley Boys. So Shirley Boys, and right stuck in between those two scullers on the right-hand shoulder of the leader is the crew from Mount Aspiring College, number 2. Sure, that's young Phil. Yep, it is. It's Philip Massey. So Pedro, your boy's going along pretty well out there, but he needs to be a little closer to get in that time bracket. So it's still Timaru Boys High School with their third chance of qualifying with their 3 crews. Got to go to the front. Gosh, they've done a good job. Who's got this? Oh, Brian's got this crew as well, so he must have all the under-17s. Brian, if you can get 3 crews through at a South Island School National, mate, you got yourself a good squad. Still on the right-hand shoulder, we can see Mount Aspiring College, but they were about 2.5 lengths down, and ahead of him is the crew from Shirley Boys. It's number 2 crew. Hamish McIntosh for Shirley Boys. That's the first 4 crews, but the leader is just like the other, his club mates or his school mates. He's out in front quite comfortably, as we've seen the last 2 Timaru crews the same. Just get a little rating on him and let the novice spectators know how many strokes per minute he's putting in. He's down on 31, so these guys are just cruising because a good racing speed for a single at this stage, if you put under pressure, is up around the 34 mark. So he's just cruising, and if you've got slower rating, of course you can use your power. If you've got quicker rating, generally you're a lighter crew and perhaps not as strong, so the quicker rating keeps your boat clipped along. But the big powerful guys can do slower rating and just use their power through the water. The object of it, if you're a novice spectator, is that you really want to use the water as a leverage. So you drop the blade in the water and you lock it up and you try and push the boat past that leverage point. You don't try and pull the blade through the water. You try and move the boat past the leverage point. So they've still got about a 2.5 length lead on the crew on his left-hand shoulder. That's Ashburton, Isaac Carr from Ashburton, Justin Wall and Mary Hepford. What a good coaching team that is. And then back to third is Mount Aspiring Colleges. Pedro, boys going along pretty well. Inside the yellow boys this time now for the leader. Ashburton this time. Now for Ashburton, and then we go out to Mount Aspiring College. He's the number 2 crew, and he'll go through the yellow boys this time now. Then we have to go quite a wee way back now, almost like a second division, and we've got Shirley Boys. Shirley Boys has really drifted off after being in the hunt through the first 1,000, and then down the inside to Otago Boys or Kings. Down on the inside. In fact, I can't see King's High School. I cannot see King's High School, so he may be out. Timaru starting to move his hands a bit quicker now because a big push is coming from Ashburton on his left-hand shoulder, so he has to move his hands a little bit quicker. He's down to a length lead now, and he's picking him up with every stroke. The Ashburton boy, that's a good way to row. If you can't win it, you've got to be within a half a length. Man, that was a big push from Ashburton inside the yellow boys. He picked up a good length and a quarter, and that might be just enough to get him through into the final. Mount Aspiring College will go across now. Then we come down the inside, Otago Boys too, but Shirley Boys are going to go ahead of him. Right across the far side to go to Christ College 3. and King's High School I can't see. The fifth heat, Mount Aspiring College is in lane number 1. That's the number 1 crew. Anton Jones, Shirley Boys 3, Ollie Eden out of lane 2. St Thomas of Canterbury, first call for you out of the Avon River in Christchurch, Michael Fang. Wakatipu's number 2 crew, Marley King Smith. We know how good he is. He should be out in front by 500 metres. Marlborough Boys College, Oliver Watts from Marlborough. Christ College is Max Topham. And James Hargis, number 2, is Jimmy Gray. So we should see the Wakatipu sculler, Marley King Smith, out in front. He has got an amazing CV. And I tell you what, this will be just a little jog on the water for him. So it's Marley King Smith from Wakatipu. Does all his training in Lake Hayes under John Morrison's guidance. And he has also shown just how good the young fella is by rowing premier events at all regattas so far on Lake Ruatanapa. In fact, winning the premier singles, and I think he's an ex-New Zealand junior trialist, I think. I'm not too sure. I cannot keep it in my head anymore. Sorry, guys. Nevertheless, we know how good he is down south. And we wish him and, of course, the rest that are going up the Mardi Cup in a few weeks' time. So Wakatip down on the inside's going along well. He's back in 3rd place. Oh, and he's up into 2nd place. So Wakatip, and that's Anton Jones from Mount Aspiring College. Wakatipu sitting out in front, Marley. And I tell you what, now we'll talk, if you're a novice spectator, just look how slow a rating young Marley King Smith has got it. He is way down on about 14 strokes per minute. So he's gone to the lead and he's just sat there. And like I say, it'll be just a skull in the park for him. He could have taken his fishing rod with him. That's about the speed that you would be trawling at. So he opened up a huge lead and he's dropped his strokes per minute right down to about 14 strokes per minute, and he's just coasted through the last 500 under no pressure whatsoever. Take a look at the Mount Aspiring sculler and look at his work rate if you're wondering what we're talking about. So nice and slow for Marley King Smith out in front and really cranking it up from Mount Aspiring College down on the inside. Then we have to go from there. We go St Thomas of Canterbury. He's getting put under a little bit of pressure from Shirley Boys sculler. And then we go out the far side to Christ College and Marlborough Boys, James Hargis 2. Very comfortable indeed. Mount Aspiring gets the 2nd buzzer. That's the end of the boys under 17 single scull heats. Your program now moves on already to race number 6. Heat number 1, we're looking at 1, 2, 3 and 4. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th to the final. Rest are eliminated. So it tells us that there's 2 heats, and if you can't be in the top 4 of each heat, then you'll be up the back rigging boats. Oh, not so early. Craighead Diocesan School down in lane number 1. Ashburton College in 2. Rangiruru in lane number 3. That's their 2 crew. St Margaret's alongside them in lane 4, number 2 crew. Christchurch Girls alongside them. The top 3 crews out of Christchurch all eyeballing each other in 3, 4 and 5. And they're all the number 2 crews. Columba College number 1 out in lane 6 and Rangiruru's number 3 crew out in lane number 7. Beautiful water conditions for them to row on. There's just a very, very slight southerly breeze. Shouldn't make any difference to the start. They do have the pop-down buoys to hang on to. So you should still see a race every 4 minutes with no hold-ups. We're seeing the crew in the middle of the course. In lane number 4, That's the crew at St Margaret's 2 crew. Let's see, George Keys. Oh, well done, George. Good to see you out in there in the coaching panel. Alice Scotland is doing the coxing for them. So I tell you what, Rangiruru, there's nothing between St Margaret's and Rangiruru. They are locked together, these 2 crews. You can see the gold caps of Rangiruru out of lane number 3. And both these 2 crews have opened up about a 3, no. They've opened up only about a length and a half over the crew right on the far side, which is the second Rangiruru crew. They'll be a good 2.5 lengths down. And then on the inside of Rangiruru, on the outside, we have Columba College. Christchurch Girls, a little bit of a surprise. They are only up in about 3rd position as well as they head into this second 500 it is. Then we come down the inside to Ashburton. Craighead just feeling the pinch a little bit. They just back off the pace ever so, head down towards that last 500 metre peg. They'll go through and it'll be St Margaret's over Rangiruru. Rangiruru, just absolutely nothing between. Oh, yes, there is St Margaret's. Oh, I just saw a little bit of splashing coming from St Margaret's. And it's a backsplash, though. So they're really putting in some work now on Rangiruru. They were eyeballing each other when they went through just after that 1,000 metre peg. Rangiruru's going to try and come back. Let's see what crew it is. Oh, it's their number 2 crew that's in the middle of the course. Their number 3 crew is going to try and qualify as well. But St Margaret's really ropped it in with about 500 to go. And they've gone out to about 1.25 lengths lead over Rangiruru's number 2 crew. Rangiruru's 3 crew up into firing line and for qualifying, and then 2 inside that. Christchurch Girls 2 crew. All those crews off the Avon River there just shows you how good it is training on the Avon River. Inside the Yellow Boys, they'll go very shortly. Gosh, this top of half of the course is really like a mirror. And there's just a little bit of a ripple on that first half of the course. Through the Yellow Boys they go. Rangi Margies right this time now. Rangiruru will call them through for you. Oh, there's nothing between them and their number 3 crew. They're locked together. The 2 Rangiruru crews are locked together on the outside and on the inside. Then we go 4th. We go to Christchurch Girls. They'll be in a qualifying position. On their right-hand shoulder in between Columba College are going to have to go out the back and help them with the rip for another race. Also along with Ashburton and Craighead down the inside. Who's it going to be from Rangiruru's 2 or 3 crew? St Margaret's have got it sewn up. Through the 100-metre buoy line they go. Let's see who's ahead. The number 3 crew, I think. The number 3 crew is ahead of the number 2 crew by about 2 feet. There's a real race going on inside the Rangiruru camp, that's for sure. They'll both qualify. But if the number 3 crew, they want the coaches to know that we should be the number 2 crew. They're still about 2 feet in it. Oh, there's absolutely nothing in it between the 2 Rangi crews. They'll go down to the line locked together. It could even be the 2 crew who've come back at them. They are locked together. I think the 2 crew by about a bow ball over the 3 crew. Christchurch Girls will qualify, and unfortunately Columba College, Ashburton and Craighead will all have to go through for another race during the regatta, hopefully. Second heat has out of lane 2 St Margaret's College 3. Out of 3 is St Margaret's College 1. Rangiruru's number 1. That should be the crew that's in front if they number them correctly. Lane 5, Marlborough Girls College. Lane 6, Christchurch Girls High School. And Lane 7, Wakatip Girls High School. And we see Rangiruuru. They're going to get 3 crews into the final. Man, that'll be a turn up. So they've got their 2 and 3 crew through, and St Margaret's are splitting them. And here's their number 1 crew, which is sitting out in front by about 2.5 lengths over the St Margaret's number 1 crew. So there's a very good chance that Rangiruru could go 1, 2 and 3 in the final, going on the performance of the heats. First 4 to go through. Out of the 6 crews, it is Rangi Ruru, Hickling, Jessica Hinkling. Oh, Rachel, have you got another sibling out there rowing? Alice Ferguson, Alice Vance, Sophie Casual, Annabelle Wynne Williams is in the coxswain seat. That's a well-known name in rowing. And Adam Ling is doing the coaching for this Rangi Ruru squad. We'll just check and see if the same coach is doing the other 2 crews. Logan Keys done the number 2 crew, and the number 3 crew was Alice Sprott. So they've all got a different coach. So it's Rangi Ruru's number 1 crew, sitting comfortably out in qualifying position. Second heat of the girls under 17, coxed 4 for 2023 South Island School Nationals on brilliant water conditions on the Lake of the Two Monsters. They've got themselves about a 2.5 length advantage over their arch rivals off the Avon River. It's Marlborough Girls, it's St Margaret's on the inside, and Marlborough Girls on the right hand side, but Marlborough Girls got a crew ahead of them coming out of Christchurch Girls. So we'll go back to the leaders and give it to you. It's Rangi Ruru's number 1 crew over the crew from St Margaret's, and then St Margaret's got about 2.5, 3 lengths advantage over Christchurch Girls, and then Christchurch Girls has got about a 2-length advantage over Marlborough Girls in the middle of the course. That looks like the I don't know. Marlborough looks like they were doing clearly in the qualifying position, but right down on the inside is St Margaret's 3. So they're going to try and get 3 crews through as well. They've already had a winning crew through. Now they're going to get a 4th. No, they might get 2 crews through here. So both Rangi out of the 8 crews in the final of the girls under 17 Cox 4. We're going to see 3 Rangi Ruru crews and 3 St Margaret's crews. So it doesn't give much of a chance for anyone else. Top side, Marlborough Girls will go through. So Marlborough Girls are the only other ones that have got a chance of knocking off the guns when it comes to the final. Rangi Ruru, inside the 100-metre buoy line they go, and they will go through and take the buzzer in the second heat with 4 to go through. St Margaret's will take the second buzzer. 3 crews for them, 3 crews from Rangi. And then we go to the crew from Marlborough Girls. Well done, Marlborough Girls. Congratulations. You're going to have to split the Avon train crews. And it looks like, it's Christchurch Girls. It looks like a big Marlborough putting in a big burst to try and pick up the St Margaret's number 3 crew. But St Margaret's number 3 crew's got 3/4 of a length. It goes down and will be the 4th qualifier. Your program now moves on to the boys under 15 double sculls. These are mainly made up of 2nd-year scullers if you're a novice spectator. Novice, of course, is first-year rowers. But under 15s can have 2nd-year rowing crews in it, so long as they're under 15, and it can also have novice crews in it, so you can have first-year rowing crews in it. 8 crews in the program, with the first 2 going through to the A final, which tells us there are 3 heats. So if you take 2 from each of the 3 heats, gives you 6 for the final, and then they take the next 2 fastest times out of those 3 heats, which will give you the 8 crews for the final. And then to get the B final, it will be the next 8 fastest times after the finals. The next 8 fastest times. So we've got Nelson College, Cromwell College, Christ College 2, St Thomas of Canterbury, Wakatipu High School, Shirley Boys High School, Burnside High School, and Cromwell College number 2 crew. Boys under 15. St Thomas of Canterbury. It looks like St Thomas of Canterbury. We'll get a better look at it in a minute. We can't see the colours because I'm coloured blind. I can't see the lanes. It's coming out of lane 4. It's St Thomas of Canterbury, Flynn Grace and Noah Laqualique. That's the 2 that's sitting out in front. We're looking for 2 to qualify. We go 2 out from them, and we see the crew from Shirley Boys sticking their nose in between. Shirley Boys is the crew from Wakatipu. That's the first 3 crews into this third 500. It's still sitting out in front. It is the crew from St Thomas of Canterbury. Their supporters, they must be just about going past you. So St Thomas of Canterbury supporters right now, get down and give them a blast. Starting to see their colours really come to the fore in the last couple of years. And the supporters are always down there giving them the support they can. St Thomas of Canterbury, complete command of this, the first heat of the boys under 15 double sculls. Well, the second qualifier is going to come 2 out from there, which is the crew from Shirley Boys, Taki Wakatini and Noah Rose. James Lilly and Nat Renoff are the coaches of those 2 guys. Oh, they won't. Sorry, I couldn't see because of the gazebos right down here in the lane on the inside. The lane number 1, that's Nelson College. Oliver White and Murdoch Smith, Brent Smith and Miles. Miles, we call it. It's Brent and Miles. That's the crew that's in front. Haven't even seen it until they've got just past the gazebos down on the inside. Now that there is the most likely one of the main reasons why the camper vans are not right along the waterfront anymore, because the judges and umpires up in the tower and the commentators can't see because of the course being blocked off in lane number 1, and there's exactly what's happened. So it's Nelson that's out in front. We do apologise to the connections of Shirley Boys. We thought we had you into the final, but unfortunately you're not going to be, so it's Nelson. Nelson College down on the inside, and then we go St Thomas of Canterbury, and then we go out to Shirley Boys in Indian file as they head down inside the last 100 metre buoy line. Good work, Nelson. Good job being done by the Nelson combination. Oliver and Murdoch. Ben and Miles should be pretty happy with those 2 boys. They look quite comfortable as they go down towards get the buzzer to qualify over St Thomas of Canterbury. Same distance we go back then to Shirley Boys. Wakatipu and the yellow boat in the centre. The white of Christ College is just in behind them. Cross the far side to Burnside. And then we go to Cromwell and Cromwell. Or generally we can look up from the heats and see crews down about the 1,000 metre berg. It tells me they're having a few problems getting them away from the start. We should have a race every 4 minutes today, but of course when you get that slight southerly coming across the top of the terrace and you get under 15 and novice rowers, there's a chance that you're not going to get them away at 4 minute intervals. So by rights their start time was 1:40. Oh no, they're right on time. They are right on time, so they must have been ahead of time. We'll see if we can pick them up for you. We have Christ College 1 in lane number 1, Wakatipu 2 and 2, Timaru Boys 2 and 3, John McGlashan 1 and 4, Twizel Area School in lane number 5, Nelson College is 2 crew and 6, Shirley Boys 2 crew and 7, and Cashmere High School out in lane number 8. Now we should see some action coming from the local school. At this stage, going through that first 500, it's John McGlashan. It is John McGlashan that's sitting out in front in the first 500. Second heat of the boys under 15 double sculls. Oh, there's not much in it. Oh, or just on John McGlashan's left-hand side, and then left-hand side again we have Timaru Boys High School number 2 and Wakatipu 2. There's absolutely nothing separating these three crews as they head towards, they've gone past the island, which we call Alcatraz. And you know what they do at Alcatraz? They put all the naughty people there. So that's again a little reminder about your rubbish. Make sure you know that you're putting the recycled stuff in yellow. There was an awful lot of rubbish in the yellow bins after last regatta. Please stop and look, make sure you're going in the right bin. And of course, if you're sitting around having a picnic, we'd appreciate it if you take your rubbish with you. So it's coming, will be coming from those inside crews. Oh, I tell you what, I think we have to go to right to the inside here. We have to go to the Wakatipu crew, which is Harry and Finley. I'm pretty sure that's the crew that looks like they're going to go through the 1,000-metre peg in front. There's absolutely nothing separating that group in front at stall. Wakatipu, they'd only have a half a length if they've got that. There's nothing between Wakatipu and Timaru, number 2 crew. And then can they bring with them John McGlashan would only be a half a length down. Yeah, definitely Wakatipu would have the lead over Timaru by a half a length, and then a half a length back to John McGlashan. And then I'll tell you what, from there we go 2 out, we go to Nelson's number 2 crew, and tucked right in between them, only a half a length away, is Twizel Area School, right in the middle of the course where the action is. We'll just take a look on the outside to see if there's anyone in the hunt on the outside. Right out on the far side, which is Cashmere 2. They are ahead of Shirley Boys number 2. And the crew from Christ College down the inside, we actually haven't seen him yet. So he might be tucked in behind the big willows. Now we've got the next heat right in behind them. The last heat right in behind them. So what they lost in this one, they've gained up in the next one. Still can't see Christ College. We'll just see where he might be out of lane number 1. And unfortunately, we haven't got our computer up and running, so we don't know whether he's scratched or not, but I can't see Christ College. So we're going Wakatipu. Wakatipu down there. Harry and Finlay for Wakatipu off the Lake Hayes in the Lakes District. Oh, gosh. This lead just keeps changing. There's been nothing in it. Oh, big burst from John McGlashan. Tell you what, John McGlashan were a half a length down going through the 1,000-metre peg from Timaru. Now they're a half a length up and almost gone and tucked their nose in front. So again, it's a smaller boat, and they've moved the boats very, very quickly. So it's John McGlashan. I'm picking John McGlashan's gone to the front now and gone big time too, because they've gone and taken maybe about a length and a half, 2 lengths off Wakatipu. Wakatipu still hanging under second place there, 2 to qualify, and they're trying to bring with them, well, won't be trying to bring Timaru with them, but Timaru will be trying to hang on to them because they were in a qualifying position. They were only about a half to 3/4 of a length down off qualifying. Then we go right out to Nelson College number 2. Now, if they put a big finish in, they won't know that their club mates won the first heat. So they put a big push in. Who's doing the coaching there? It is Miles again and Sam this time. But it's still sitting out in front. It's John McGlashan. Dylan and Davis will be happy with their 2 scullers from John McGlashan there in Dunedin, do their training on the harbour. Oh, real pressure's gone on now. I think Wakatipu's gone because all of a sudden Timaru Boys closed that half length and now they're absolutely locked up together. Might even be an advantage to Timaru Boys. So they've lost their advantage of qualifying Wakatipu. Timaru, I knew they would come pretty hard in the last 500. Timaru, that's exactly what they've done. They've moved up. Wakatipu trying to get back into it again. They know they've got to get ahead of Timaru, but Timaru have got a really good run on their boat, and they've opened up 3/4 of a length. The leading crew just sitting pat, watching all the action behind them. No need to look around to see if there's any crews in front of you. Down towards the big concrete dam at the top end of Twizel they go. John McGlashan. The under-15 boys double scull, heat number 2 with 2 to go through only to the final. These boys struggling a little bit in that slightly southerly breeze. Down inside the 100-metre buoy line goes the crew from John McGlashan. Timaru will be the second qualifier. Now here's Nelson, like we says, Nelson was going to come home. Oh, I'll tell you what, they've got a great chance, Nelson out there. Timaru don't know they're there. Timaru don't know that Nelson's there, and Nelson come home really hard in the last one, and now they're coming home hard again this time. They're going to get up too. Nelson are going to get up. Oh yes, they got 2 feet over Timaru. Nelson going to put 2 crews into the final. They've got about 2 feet over them, and they've opened it up now to about a half a length as they head down towards the line. Timaru trying to come back. I don't think they even knew Nelson was out there. Nelson, well done. 2 crews through. Timaru, unfortunately, will be looking at time, along with the crew from Wakatipu as well, and the crew from Twizel area. Shirley boys, Cashmere. That third heat is well down through the course. We have Bayfield High School in lane 1, Cashmere High School in 2, St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew in 3, Dunstan High's number 1 crew in 4, Burnside's number 1 and 5, Timaru Boys High School 1 and 6, Ashburton College in lane number 7, and Ron Carley College. First call for you this morning, Ron Carley. Cameron Moffat doing the coaching. Well done, Cameron. Two to go through, the final chance to get to the finals. Looks like lane number 3's got a chance. Lane number 3 in the dark. St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew. They've already got a crew through, St Thomas of Canterbury. They're looking to get their second crew through. Pat McQuinn's in charge of this crew. Well done, Pat. The boys have got a chance here. St Thomas of Canterbury 2 crew. Oh no, they haven't. The 2 crews right on the far side when we get a better look at the field now. That's the 2 qualifying crews out the far side. Ashburton out of lane 7 and 8, and Ron Carley College. Ron Carley College with about a 2 feet advantage over Ashburton out of 7. So it's 8 that's in front over 7. Then we come down to St Thomas of Canterbury, but I think by the look of it now they've got too far back to be in the first 2, so they're just going to have to go for a quick time. Then we go to Timaru Boys High School. Gosh, their colours are showing out, Timaru. Ron Carley College comes out of the same club. So there's nothing between the yellow skiff of Ashburton's and the gold blades of Ron Carley College. These 2 crews been eyeballing each other since we picked them up. We thought it looked like St Thomas of Canterbury, and then the outside crews fool us all. The old E-motors kicked in, and it looks like they want to win it. Ron Carley College want to win it because they have cranked it up an extra couple of strokes per minute, and they've moved up alongside them. Let's just see if Ashburton can meet them as well. Ashburton quite happy to sit there and qualify. All of a sudden, the stroke man from Ashburton wants to go. He's asked the bowman, come with me, buddy. And that's where the trouble happens. And Ashburton now find themselves a length behind because they caught themselves a real beauty on the bow side. And that's what happens when the pressure goes on in these younger age brackets, especially novice rowing. Down towards the line, Ron Carley College will be the first qualifier. Ashburton will still hang on to qualify. St Thomas of Canterbury will be sitting back looking for time along with Timaru, Burnside, Dunstan High School, and down on the inside to Bayfield. No, it's not. Bayfield's not there. Oh, yeah, Bayfield's back off the pace of it. It's Cashmere, then Bayfield. Race 11 is the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls. This is a very competitive grade. We're looking on our sheets that is first and second to the A final. Third and fourth from each heat will go to the B final. So it looks like there's 4 heats. 4 heats of the girls under 15 coxed quadruple sculls with first and second of each heat. That gives you the 8 for the final, and 3 and 4 of each heat going through to the B final. Their start time was 1:50, and they are in the second 500 now. We have Meridian College 2 out of 1. Then we have Cromwell College 2, Meridian College 1, Cashmere High School 1, Craighead Diocesan School 1, Villa Maria's College's number 2 crew, Marlborough Girls College number 1, and Southland Girls High School. First call for you this morning, Southland Girls High School. Down there off the mighty Ariti River. Good work, Bayfield High School. Gareth's got a young bunch of very keen young guys coming out of Bayfield High School. They're on a build, so we'll see a wee bit more about them next year if they all come back. So well done, Bayfield High School. Always remember, blessed are the losers, for they create the winners. Right, into that third 500 they go, and we're looking at 2-4. We've got 2 crews sitting out in front over the field. It's 4 in from the outside. It's Craighead Diocesan that's sitting out in front, and on the left-hand shoulder, Cashmere. They've opened up a gap on the rest of the field, which is chased up by Meridian College. They'll be up into third. They're trying to bring with them Cromwell's 2 crew. Meridian's 2 crew about 4 or 5 lengths back down off there in lane number 1. And also those 3 crews on the outside, I think we'll have to look for another event. I can't see them being in the top 2 from out there. Villa Maria 2 in lane 6. Marlborough Girls out in lane 7. And Southland Girls High School right out on the far side. This will be new experience for Southland Girls High School. They've most likely been rowing for Invercargill, I think they row for. I tell you what, they either row for Invercargill or Waihopai. But the crew sitting in front, oh gosh, what a nicely balanced crew this is that's sitting out in front. Craighead Diocesan, Dean and Emily doing the coaching for them, and they are well balanced. There's no shorties there, there's no tallies there. They're a beautiful line across their heads. So it's a well-balanced crew. I'm just going to get a clock on them for you to see what they're doing, just to see. They're only about 1.25 lengths clear. They're only on 34, so they've got plenty of room to bring it up to a really good sprinting finish if they need to. But they don't need to. They're clearly out in front over the rest of the field. It's Cashmere that's sticking to them. So the young cox, Hazel Brown, bound for Cashmere, she'll be making sure that she's not going to let the Craighead Diocesan School crew get away from them. Come on, Cashmere, see if we can bridge the gap. You might need a blowout before you're racing tomorrow. They're only on about 34 as well. Both crews sitting on about 34. You can hear the coxswains clearly giving out messages to their crew, exactly what they need to do. And from there, we go a long way back. We go to Meridian College. Then we go a long way back to Cromwell 2. Across the far side to Marlborough Girls, both inside and outside them. Villa Maria, Southland Girls. And then down the inside to Meridian 2. Under no pressure whatsoever. Girls under 15, coxed quadruple sculls out of the Timaru rowing sheds. Rowing for Craighead Diocesan School for girls. Down towards the buzzer. First qualifier in the first heat. And the second qualifier going through to the finals is the crew from Cashmere. Down on the inside of that, Meridian will unfortunately go through to the B final, along with the Marlborough Girls crew going through to the B final. Right, your second heat will have Cashmere High School 2 out of lane 1. Then we go out to Villa Maria College 3. St Hilda's Collegiate. There's the first call for you this morning, St Hilda's. Wakatipu High School, Otago Girls High School, Mount Aspiring College 2, Columba College 1, and St Andrews College number 2. Just looking through the program for Cashmere Girls High School number 2, I see a Millie Brooks in there. That's not your girl, is it, Chris? Good work guiding a crew home, coming from the inside lane. Meridian number 2, Cox doing a really good job. They've gone through the 1,000 metre peg. They have just gone through the 1,000 metre peg, and we see the gold sitting out in front. Looks like lane 4, the gold of Wakatipu. That looks like the crew that's in front going through that 1,000 metre peg. Oh no, there's one outside them on their right-hand shoulder. Gosh, on the right-hand shoulder is Otago Girls, but there is a crew ahead of Otago Girls. That's from the white, which is Columba College on the far side. So I'm pretty sure Kaylin and Jared will have the Columba College girl. Oh, it's Matt and Kaylin, who have done an absolute brilliant job with Columba Girls over the years, and Columba is extremely happy with the coaching panel they have, because most likely been with these crews for the longest, more than any other coaches in any other crews, I think. So well done. And that's the crew that's sitting out in front. It is Columba College on the far side there. There's not a great deal separating the crews out of 4, 5 and 6. 4, 5 and 6, which is Wakatipu, Mount Aspiring College number 2, and Otago Girls sticking their nose in between all of them. But at this stage, oh gosh, is it Columba College? I don't know that it is Columba College. We'll just have another wee look for you. I think it is coming from the gold down on the inside, which is Wakatipu. Oh, there's not a great deal between them. I think Wakatipu will have the advantage over that outside crew. So we'll go back and revisit it. It is Wakatipu in front over the crew from Columba College. They're sticking their nose, trying to through the middle to try and upset the whole apple cart. Is the crew from Mount Aspiring College, their number 2 crew, going along really well. We're looking for 2 to go through into the final. Definitely the crew down in lane 4. It's definitely Wakatipu that's sitting in front. So we'll just see if this is one of John's crews. Oh, this is John Alexander's crew, this one. So well done, John. We've got to get them home for you yet. Still a little pressure could come on them from the crew from Otago Girls on their right-hand shoulder. Where's St Hilda's? I just don't... Oh, yeah, St Hilda's back off the pace a little bit, and further back of that is Villa Maria, and further back again is Cashmere. Some of these crews are a long way back. And then we go back to lane 6, Columba College at St Andrews. Targa Boys, Wakatipu sitting out in front over Otago Girls. I think I called them Mount Aspiring at one stage, but it is Otago Girls. Mount Aspiring are back off the firing line a wee bit, and then still right out the far side, still Columba College. By gosh, I tell you what, it's hard to tell you who's in front out of those 2 crews. It looked like Columba College through the first 500. And then it looked like Wakatipu had taken over the lead and put a half to 3/4 of a length out. And I think Columba College has come back at them, but they're clearly in a qualifying position. That's the thing that Kaylin and Matt will be looking for. And I think you'll find I'll go now and say they are in front. So it's Columba College. Columba College, Wakatipu's quite happy to just sit there, but they'll have to be very careful because there is a crew on their right-hand shoulder, only about a length down. And it's a matter of who's going to crank up inside the yellow boys. There's only 2 to qualify. See if there's any movement coming from the stroke out of both these 2 crews. Wakatipu going now. What's happening to Otago Girls? No, Otago Girls haven't gone yet. Okay, it means Wakatip's got a run on their boat. And Wakatipu are going to go through and take the second qualifier. Otago Girls can't come home quick enough. They're starting to. Otago Girls just starting to crank up now, but it's too late. They're well inside the yellow boys and they won't pick Wakatipu up, but the leader goes down. It's Columba College. They may have been in front all the way. Columba College will go down, get the buzzer, straight round to the final. Wakatipu will hang on to the second qualifying buzzer, and only a length away from that is Otago Girls. They'll go through to the B final along with St Hilda's Collegiate. Then we go from there, we go Villa Maria across the far side to St Andrews. We come in the middle to Mount Aspiring College and down the inside to Cashmere. Right, the third heat has St Andrews College out of 1. Then we go out from there, Wakatipu High School in lane 2. Cromwell College in 1. Burnside High School in 1. Mount Aspiring College in 1. Villa Maria College in, that's their 1 crew. And then Otago Girls number 2 crew out in lane number 7. Race 13, heat number 3, a little bit closer here. Oh, we've got a ding-dong race going on here. We've got 2 crews down the inside eyeballing each other, St Andrews and Wakatipu eyeballing each other down on the inside. They look as if the 2 crews that have to do all the hard work at this stage. Wakatipu, it's down, right down on the inside. Gosh, it's getting difficult to pick up them down on the inside now. St Andrews College number 1. They're trying to bring Wakatipu, which is about 2, maybe 1.5 lengths behind them. And then we go out into the middle of the course. We go 2 out there. We go to Burnside, Mount Aspiring College and Villa Maria. And Otago Girls, number 2 crew on the very far side, feeling the pinch, and a crew in the middle who is just starting to feel the pinch a little bit too. And we'll just see if we can identify who that is. Coming out of lane 3, it's Cromwell College. So down in the third 500, it's a matter of going to the front and staying there, that's all. It's coming out of the centre course, Burnside. No, down the inside. St Andrews. Burnside clearly up in the sec qualifying, but I tell you what, there's going to be some real pressure go on them from Wakatipu, and that's their number 2 crew. It's all right. Number 2 poo, but it's definitely down on the inside. It is St Andrews College off the mighty Avon River in Christchurch. That's, if you don't know, if you're a foreign spectator, Christchurch is about halfway. St Andrews College. The Avon River, got fond memories of the Avon River. Chasing the ducks, trying to cut the corners as close as you can as you come into that little straight before you get to the buzzer at the end of Avon. Definitely sitting out in front, St Andrews over the rest of the field. They've brought with them Wakatipu all the way. Those 2 crews, ever since we picked them up going through the 1,000. I thought the pressure might have come on from the 3 crews out further, Mount Aspiring College, Burnside and Villa Maria. But there's no pressure coming on the 2 leading crews. It is St Andrews sitting out in front with a lead of about 2.5 lengths over Wakatipu. St Andrews Nice and neat, nice and tidy. Let's see, give the coaches a plug here. We'll just see who it is. Marion Hardwick and Rachel Williams doing the coaching for the St Andrews College crew. And they will go down and get the buzzer. They'll cart with them. Wakatipu. Wakatipu's coach is Shane Muir. Gosh, Shane's been around the Wakatipu rowing sheds for a long time. Wakatipu will take the second qualifier. Good work, Shane. And then going through to the B final, looks like it's going to be Burnside and Mount Aspiring College. And unfortunately, Villa Maria, who have been in that bunch of three all the way, are going to miss out on getting into the A or the B final. There's the second buzzer. The third qualifier, Burnside, and then Mount Aspiring College. The fourth heat will have St Kevin's down on lane number 1. We go out from there, St Margaret's College, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Dunstan High School, Columba College 2, Wakatipu High School 3, Avon Girls number 1. First call for you this morning, Avon Girls, or this afternoon. Race number 14, they were due to go out of the 2,000 metre blocks down the eastern end of the mighty Lake of the Two Monsters, Lake Ruataniwha, at 2:05. They are right on time. Don't forget, pop along and support the canteen, guys, if you're feeling a little hungry. It's well past lunchtime. And also, Drew's got the coffee shop down there. And also, go and see Steve. Over the back, and the Mr. Whippy over the back there. And I would imagine the row shop would be open as well. I can just about go up and pick up the last heat for you. We do have a crew that looks like they are out in front over the rest of the field. It looks like Dunstan High School. Phoebe Herrick's, Poppy Turfin, Bella Breen and Ruby Smith. Sophie Tate is in the coxswain seat. Of course, and Simon and Natalie do the coaching. And that's the crew that's sitting out in front in this fourth heat. Swinging along very nicely under no pressure whatsoever. Then we go to St Margaret's College down out of lanes number 2. They'll be the next one through. And they look as if they're in a qualifying position with no pressure going on them. We can't see. And then we have to go out to the Columba College's number 2 crew. It looks like they're going to try and get 2 crews through to the final. And alongside them is Wakatipu's number 3 crew. And they might have a chance of getting into the final as well. Oh no. We're looking at 2 to go through. That's right, 4 heats. We're looking at 2 to go through, but still looking to go through to the finals. Might be the B final. So just clarify it if you've got a day sheet. If you can't work it out, they take this 4 heats, so we need 8 in the final. You've got 1 and 2 of each heat to the final, and they're taking 3 and 4 of each heat through to the final, which is the B final. So Dunstan High School sitting out in front. These 2 crews have opened up quite a big gap over the rest of the field. And it is St Margaret's number 1 that is the crew that's in the qualifying position for the A final. But the other qualifiers, it's going to come from Columba College too. They'll qualify as well, but for the Bs. And then maybe right down the inside, St Kevin's out of the Oamaru rowing sheds. We can now give you the time. We're up and running with the times now out of Heat 3. St Andrews College went through in 8:11. They were 6 seconds clear of Wakatipu's number 2 crew. So 8:11. I would say that's slightly a little slower than what the under 15s will go through in when it comes to the final. So Dunstanarm quite clearly ready to qualify. A little bit of pressure going on them from the crew from St Margaret's. St Margaret's trying to get close to them. Dunstanarm would only have about a half a length advantage, so Dunstanarm have definitely eased it off over the last 300 or 400 metres and quite happy to sit there in qualifying position. Ruby will make sure that that won't happen. They won't let them go past them. They're just gazing out a little bit. The coxswain has a wee look out to see where they are. They're still about a length clear of St Margaret's. So Dunstanarm will go through and they will qualify along with St Margaret's. And then we look on the top side of them, which is Columba College will qualify for the B final along with St Kevin's College down on the inside. Big push from St Margaret's to try and close the gap on Dunstan. Dunstan won't let that happen, I'm pretty sure of it. It's down to about 3/4 of a length and St Margaret's goes through for the second buzzer. The other finalists will be Columba College is number 2 crew. They'll go through to the Bs and also St Kevin's. And unfortunately, we're hoping that the other crews will have other events as they get a good weekend's rowing. St Hilda's is one of them. Wakatipu's number 3 crew. And where's Avonside? Right, one of the will be the feature race, one of the, if not the feature race at Mardi Cup will be the boys and girls under 18 coxless pairs. That's pretty near more, just as much credit in that than what there would be in winning the Mardi Cup 8 because the selectors, for the junior selectors, will be watching the coxless pair races. It's a straight final today. They row it again tomorrow. And like I say, the selectors will look at this event at Mardi Cup. You have to be big and strong to be able to push these coxless pairs along. And we've got some really good crews out here, especially Luke and Matthew. They've been very impressive all season. They can guarantee they'll be in front. So we've got Marlborough Boys 2, Christ College 2, St Bede's 2, St Bede's 1, Christ College 1, Cashmere 2, Marlborough Boys 1 and Christ College 3, and it should be St Bede's. Yep. And it is this combination that it has been. Now, if you are a novice spectator, we can let you know that this St Bede's crew that's sitting out in front is what we call bow stroked. So you'll see young Luke Heekling in the stroke seat. He's in the stroke seat, but he's swinging off a bow oar. So that's something that you don't see a lot of, but the guy that coaches these will know exactly what he's doing here. So it's St Bede's, and they will be doing it exceptionally. They've had an exceptionally good season, these two young fellas out of St Bede's. They've competed in senior and premier class, and they've been right there in the firing line, only a matter of a length and a half away from the top premier crews here in the New Zealand Rowing Nationals was these two young fellas. And I'm sure if they go up north, they're going to be very, very hard to beat indeed. As they head down towards the line, St Bede's number 1, Matt and Luke. Christ College's Charlie and Fergus, they will get the second buzzer. They'll come back and do it again tomorrow, but these 3 crews will get the fast lanes. And then we go to St Bede's number 2, Thomas Woodgate, Sam Woodgate, brothers, I'd imagine. Thomas is new to the school. And then we go right out the far side, Christ College 3. Inside them we have Cashmere. Down the inside we have Marlborough Boys, and we have, that's Christ College 3 across there, Christ College 2 down on the inside. So they'll come back, no qualifications there. They'll just get the centre lanes the same as what they had in that race. But like I say, mark it down on your day sheet for the finals, guys, that St Bede's crew will be exceptionally hard to bowl when it comes to finals. Now we go to another feature event, race 16, which is the girls under 18 double sculls, the premiers at school level. We're looking at the first two from each heat to go through to the A final, and the next two fastest times out of the three heats will go through to the A final, and then the next fastest 8 times out of the three heats will go through to the B final. Garran College, outer lane number 1. Now, this would be my first call of about 30 years calling racing that I've ever called Garran College. So they're obviously someone from the South Island. Tim Babbage coaching them, so they could be from the North Island if that's the case. They may be a crew. Why would they? They may be from Wellington, perhaps. Somebody will let us know, but Garran College, down on the inside. Then we go Queen's High School, Southland Girls High School, Craighead Diocesan School, Cromwell College, Wakatipu's number 2 crew, Villa Maria and Burnside. So they're all South Island crews. Unless that Garran College is from around the Wellington area. Tim Babbage, I think's the name in North Island rowing. So it's coming out of lane number 4 and 2 out from there. This is Craighead Diocesan. Wow, what a surprise. And Wakatipu's number 2 crew. So this very accomplished young Paige Butler Baird and Elsie Torbett, man, have they had a good season. And then we go 2 out from there. It's Wakatipu's number 2 crew. That's Olivia and Phoebe. They've had a good season as well, and trying to stick their nose in between them is the crew from Cromwell. We'll just check that is Cromwell's colours. Yep, Cromwell College, and I'll tell you what, they've had a good season as well. So that should be Greer and Olivia, it is too. So they are pumping along exceptionally well within a qualifying position as well. In fact, they are up into second. So Maud and Brendan and Jock, I see. Jock, you've got something to do with these girls too. You must have shown them where the shortcut is on the course, because they're going along really, really well in the middle of the course, and this is a really tough grade to be rowing in. They've got a chance of qualifying, but we go back to the leaders, and it is Craighead Diocesan School. They're in front by about 1.25 lengths only from Cromwell, and then Cromwell in turn would only have about a length advantage over Wakatipu's number 2 crew. They're the first 3. We go a long way back then to the inside, which is Southland Girls High School, and then a long way back to Queen's High School, and then we go out the far side to Villa Maria, 3 or 4 lengths back, and another 4 or 5 lengths back to Burnside, and then we go to Garran College down on the inside. Beautiful conditions on the lake now. So they're sitting in front, so it looks like the qualifiers are going to be Craighead Diocesan and Cromwell College. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line, the Cromwell girls want to get up and win the race. For the look of it, they're putting in some real big ones, but they're just keeping themselves away from the crew on their right-hand shoulder, which is Wakatipu. The top level, the premier level at school level. And here we go with the top crews from the South Island going down to get the buzzer. Craighead Diocesan from Timaru and Cromwell out of the Cromwell Club. And then looking for time will have to be Wakatipu's number 2 crew will be looking for time. And I think the other crews are too far back to be looking for time. Let's take a look. We've got 7:09. The boys' coxless pair went through in 7:09. The boys' coxless pair. Garran College, Queen's High School just going across now, across the far side, Burnside, and in Garran College. We'll see if they've got a name on their boat. They look as if they're using a Nelson boat, so they may come from Nelson. If I can pick up the name on the boat, we might be able to tell you where they're from. Can't pick up the name, but I'm picking it's from the Nelson area by the colour of the boat. Right. 7:09, the coxless pairs went through in, so St. Bede's, the gun crew, they have to be bowled over, and I will be utterly, in fact, I'll eat my cap if Matt Glenn and Luke Hinkling can be bowled over in the final. Your second heat is St. Hilda's Collegiate number 2. Then we go out to Otago Girls High School number 2, Nelson College for Girls 1, Wakatipu number 1, Marion College number 1, Villa Maria College 2, Marion College number 2, and St. Andrew's College number 1. We can tell you that first heat of the girls under 18 double sculls, race 16, went through in 8:07. They were 2.7 seconds ahead of Cromwell College, and another 4.5 seconds back was the crew from Wakatipu 2. Another crew sitting out in front showing a gold boat. Out of lane 4, which is Wakatipu's number 1 crew, Olivia Keys and Neve Bates. John Morrison doing the coaching of these two young ladies, and they have said goodbye to the field. They are out by about 3 or 4 lengths to right across the very far side in the white singlets, St. Andrew's College. That's the crew that's up in qualifying in second place. A little bit of pressure can come on them from on the right-hand shoulder. Marion College or Nelson College for girls can put a little bit of pressure on as well. Well done, Jock. Right across the far side, I think you'll find they're in a qualifying position. By gosh, they're cranking it along. The St. Andrew's crew across the far side. They don't want anyone to get anywhere near them. Oh, your wee beauty, that's what I like to see. Wind it up and give it a real go. Everybody says there's no aggression in rowing. It's such a gentle sport, but I'll tell you what, you've got to have some. And that's just showing it. St. Andrews is showing it. They are really wound it up across the far side. They don't want to get the crew down on the inside of Nelson College for girls anywhere near them. And then on the right-hand side of Wakatipu is Marion College. There's your first 4. We're looking at 2 only. And then we're looking for the rest of them to be hard up against the leading crew. St. Andrews still pushing hard across the far side. They're up on about 36 strokes per minute. That's a good stroke rate to keep a boat rolling through the water. So it tells me they could be a couple of smaller, lighter girls in that St. Andrews crew to keep it up like that. We'll take a wee look. Yeah, they do look a wee bit shorter than the 2 crews from Wakatipu. They'll go down towards the line. There's your 2 qualifiers. They're clearly sitting out in front. Chased along by Marion College now, got a slight advantage over Nelson College for girls. Then we go quite a wee way back to Villa Maria's colours. Then we go another 3 or 4 back to St. Hilda's Collegiate, Otago Girls 2, and one across the side which we haven't. It's Marion number 2 crew. Buzzer goes. Buzzer goes for the yellow boat off Lake Hayes. I'll tell you what, St. Andrew's girls got within a half a length of them at the buzzer, and that's because they were up on rating quite a bit more. The other 2 crews will be looking for time, which is Marion girls and Nelson girls. And the rest, unfortunately, let's hope they have got other events to row in. We can tell you that first heat went through in 8:07, so we'll be interested in the second heat. As soon as we get that up for you, we will. Right, the third heat has Craighead Diocesan Schools number 2 crew, Avonside High Schools in lane number 2, Columba College is number 1 crew, Otago Girls High School 1 crew, Columba College is 2 crew out in lane 5, St. Hilda's Collegians 1 crew and 6, and Cashmere High School's 1 crew and 7. We go outside, and in the middle of the course, that's Cashmere Colours and St. Andrews by the look of it. Oh, no, it's Columba College. Right, that second heat of the girls under 18 has gone through slightly quicker. It's gone through in 8:05. So only a 2-second difference between the winners of both those first two heats. So we have Craighead Dyson out of lane 1, Avonside High School in 2, Columba College in 3, Otago Girls High School in 4. Columba College is 2 crew in 5, St Hilda's Collegians in 6, and Cashmere out there in lane number 7. And the 2 to qualify is Cashmere on the far side so far. There's a little bit of pressure going on them from Columba College. And then right down on the inside has got Columba College. And right on their right-hand shoulder they have Otago Girls High School. So it's Cashmere that's sitting in front. Okay, so they will qualify. Then we come down the inside to lanes 3, which is Columba College. Pretty sure that's Millie and Charlie there. Yeah, it is. Millie and Charlie for Columba College, and they will go through, and they'll be the second qualifier. And this is good rowing from the crew from Otago Girls, because you need to be right on the back of them. So I'm sure Mike and Lucy would have told them that with the experience from those two. So would have told them that they have to be right on the back end of the winner or the second place getter to get in times. And we've already given you a heat of 8:07 and 8:05. There's the buzzer for the first qualifier to go through, and the girls under 18 double scull out of 4 heats. Second qualifier goes to Columba College. Otago Girls will have to look for time, and I'll be surprised after that, which is St Hilda's. That's Columba College 2 going across now. And then we have Avonside and Craighead, and there's a problem with the crew. Was on the outside over there, and it is showing the crew of St Hilda's. So those safety boats will get those crew off the course before the next heat is. And that's the quickest time. That's Cashmere crew's gone through in 7:58. So that's something close to 10 seconds quicker. So there's your quick time. So that third crew might have a chance to be in the next 2 fastest times, because that's the fastest heat by a long shot. One more heat to go. No, it's not. It's race 19 of your day sheet, if you're looking off a day sheet, and it should be the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. The elimination is the first, second, third and fourth will go through to the A final. The rest be eliminated. Tells us it's 2 heats. 2:30 start time for the first heat, and they are ahead of time. So don't forget the slip, slop and slap. If it's too hot, wear a hat, drink water, have a Whippy's ice cream, have a coffee, have a walk through. It might be your last chance to get anything from the row shop. If you haven't got anything from the row shop for the 2023 season, pay to go and sort something out today. If you have been for a picnic, please take your rubbish with you. You can recycle stuff by putting it in the yellow bin. Think about it when you walk up to it, as Mr. Maker would say. Think about it. And, of course, all dogs must be on a lead. Under 16s, maybe 3 years rowing. Very lucky to be in 4 years rowing, and it's Timaru colours showing. So it'll be Timaru Timaru boys. So it's Timaru boys out in front. Brian Smith has got a strong squad, and Brian's got his crew sitting out in front. I think he had 3 crews into the under 15 or under 16 double sculls this morning. I think under 15s. And here he goes with one of his crews sitting out in front to be the first of 4 to qualify out of the 2 heats. Timaru. Gosh, they're doing this easy, this Timaru crew. These are tall boys for under 16. I'd say the 1, the 2 and the 3 will be topping over 6 foot tall. They most likely grow another foot by the time they go from under 16 to under 18, so they should be up around Rob Waddell's height by the time they get to under 18. And they are absolutely just cruising, that Timaru crew. Sitting out in front and doing hardly any work at all, and the boat is running beautifully for them. So you got a good crew there, Brian, under 16. We'll just be interested in their time, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot more punch on that crew yet. Your second qualifier is the crew on their right-hand folder, Marlborough Boys. So Marlborough Boys College will qualify as before. Jack Shaw in the coxswain seat, making sure that Timaru are not getting too far away from them. And then the two crews down on the insides out of lane 2 and 3, Wakatipu High School and Christchurch Boys High School will both qualify as well, but they'll be well behind. Now, we gave you that third heat of the girls under 18 double sculls, which was considerably quicker than the other two. We had an 8.0, we had a 7.07. Oh, no, it wasn't quicker, it was slower. There can't be. Yeah, we had an 8.07 for the first heat of the under 18s, the premier event for the girls sculling, and we had a 7.05 for the second heat, and we had an 8.05 for the second heat, and we had a 7.58 for the last heat. Right, your second heat is James Hargis College out of lane 2, Nelson College out of 3, Otago Boys High School out of 4, Otago Boys High School 2 out of 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 2 out of 6, and Christ College out of lane 7. Just checking to make sure those two girls from they look perfectly all right, the girls, which is very lucky. That is, I don't think they went swimming. I think they obviously had a gear problem somewhere. Right, 4 crews to go through out of the 2 heats. Otago Boys. So Otago Boys 1, Thomas and Lauren is, and Otago Boys 2 is Thomas and Lauren. So obviously a very good squad of under 16 boys coming out of Otago Boys under the same 2 coaches. Well done, coaches. They're sitting out in front quite comfortably over the rest of the field. We see the blue boat of Nelson College, but they are about 4, 5, 6 lengths back from the 2 Otago Boys crews, with the number 1 crew with an advantage of about 2.5 lengths over the number 2 crew. Generally, the commentators or race callers will be jumping up and down here in the tower like old Rumpelstiltskin used to. But unfortunately, so far in this afternoon's session, we haven't had the chance to do that. So we're hoping tomorrow, or maybe final day, you'll see us jump so high and get so excited that there'll be a big hole get broken out at the top of the tower. It'll be Ian that does it, because he's about a foot taller than me. So it's Otago Boys, maybe a 3-length advantage. I thought about 2.5, but a 3-length as they go down towards the Gold Boys. Over their number 2 crew. Both got the same 2 coaches. We'll give the coxswains a bit of a Dylan Young's coxing the number 1 crew, and George Anderson is out there in the number 2 crew. It'll be interesting their times, because the boys under 16 first heat went through in 6:54. So that's the time they'll be looking at to try and get the fast lane on the final day. They're looking to go under 6:54 to get the fast lane. Down towards the line they go. Gosh, they're a nice, tidy, well-balanced looking crew too. You can put a spirit level across their heads. I tell you what, coxswain sticks his head up just to make sure that they're getting close to there, and they will just wind it down because they look very, very comfortable indeed. Their number 2 crew. Gosh, it must be great fun having seat racing as Otago boys. Nelson will go through, that's Nelson College will go through to the final as well. And the 4th position could be taken up by down here James Hargest. So go James Hargest, and also out the far side Christchurch boys. We'll just take a look and see who's ahead out of those 2 crews. Oh, there's only about 2 feet in it. And it looks like Christchurch boys has got a better run on their boat across the far side for the 4th qualifier. It looks like it's going to be Christchurch boys. Yep, Christchurch boys over Hargest down on the inside. And we'll get that time up for you very quickly. Right, your program moves on to a very popular event, which is the race 21, is the girls under 16 single sculls. Very popular because we're looking for 1 and 2 to the A final. The next 2 fastest times tells us there's 3 heats. That'll give us the 6. 2, 4, 6, the next 2 fastest, and the next 8 fastest going through to the B final. That second heat of the boys under 16 quads went through in 7:06, so that's the slower heat by 12 seconds. So the first heat went through in 6:54, 7:06 for the second heat. So Otago boys might be in those lanes 3 and 5, 6 even. So in the girls under 16 with the 3 heats, going to take you through the first 2 and then the next 2 fastest times. First heat up is Cashmere High School's 2 crew, Southland Girls High School, Nelson College for girls, Southland Girls High School 2, James Hargest College 2, Verdon College, first call for you this afternoon, Verdon College, and then Avonside Girls High School, Wakatipu's number 2 crew. Wakatipu got a good strong squad of under 16 girls as well. John Alexander helping them out. John, how will your girls go? Time's just a little bit slow. There's still that water just gets really, really good at 1 minute, and then next minute there's just a little bit of a lump on it. And no problem because they're still starting them all on time. So we go right out, second out from the outside, which is Avonside. Avonside, I think you'll find that's the crew, or there is a crew in the middle of the course. We'll just see. I can't quite pick the colours up. And I certainly can't see the lanes. Coming out of lane 4, I think, which is Southland Girls High School. That doesn't look like their colours either, so we'll have another look for you. It's definitely 4. Southland Girls High School 2. So it's Southland Girls, that's Charlotte Klein, Russell Jenkins and Penny Barnsdale do the coaching of this young lady, all off the Avon River and Ariki River. But I tell you what, they're only up in second place because we still have that outside crew right out there, one in from the outside, this young lady that's had a really good season for Avonside. No, that's not an Avonside sculler out there. I'll just check and just see whether this, they've sent a crew ahead of us. She's just looking out to the left, and we will go out there, Southland Girls, and then right down on the inside, some real pressure going from the girl from Cashmere, but it is Avonside, right across on that lane number 7, This is Sari Webley, coaches Mahari Cryer and Tasman O'Sullivan. And then we come down the inside. That's your first two. The Southland Girls, unfortunately, is going to have to look for time in it. We come down the inside because the Cashmere Sculler on the inside's ahead of Southland Girls up into third. And then we go back. On the top side of that, we have Nelson College for girls. Southland Girls has a wee look across again. And it's Southland Girls 1 that's down on the inside. That's who she's looking at. She's looking at her club mates. But we go back to the leaders and we have to go out to lane number 7. It's Avonside Girls High School. Off the Avon River in Christchurch. She's inside the Gold Boys and she will go down and take the buzzer over the second qualifier, which is Cashmere, off the same training course on the Avon River in Christchurch, Cashmere High School. Eliza, she'll go down and take the second qualifier. Girls under 16 single sculls, first heat of 3. Not a great deal between the two of them as they come down towards the buzzer, and then we go a long way back to Southland Girls number 2. She's ahead of her number 1 crew. Her number 1 crew is down on lane number 2. That's Maddie. And then we go right out to the yellow boat, Wakatapu, across the far side. And then the 3 crews in the middle in a wee race in their own, which is Nelson, James Hargis and Verdud College. The boys under 16 quad, that second heat went through in the second heat went through in 7:06. Right, your second heat, we've got your second heat up now, and it is out of lane number 1 is Meridian College 2. Out of 2 is St Hilda's Collegiate 1. Out of 3 is Cromwell College 1. Out of 4, Otago Girls High School 1. Out of 5, Timaru Girls High School 1. Out of 6, James Hargis College number 1. And out of lane 7 is Dunstan High School number 1. Right, that first girls under 16 single first heat. Avonside went through in 9:23. Ooh, that's slowing down a wee bit. 9:23. And the water was quite lively then, and now the water's dropped right back down again. Okay, we go out to the second heat, and we can see the colours of, out of 4, I think it is. It looks like Otago Girls. Kate Merriman, of course it is. Kate Merriman sitting out in front, and this is the second heat of the girls under 16 single sculls. It's race 22 of the regatta, 2023 South Island Secondary School Rowing Nationals here on Lake Ruatanava, basking in the sun of Mackenzie Country. There's a great race going on outside the leader, because down on the inside out of 2 it looks like St Hilda's. So it's Otago Girls, then St Hilda's, and right out the far side is Dunstan High. There's nothing between St Hilda's and Dunstan High on the far side, and we're looking for 2 only to go through. St Hilda's, Perry Hoare from St Hilda's. Oh, this is the young lady you're going to hear a wee bit more about. It's Perry Hoare. Bridget MacArthur does the coaching. I think she's also, is she eligible for under 15 as well, Bird? She's in her first year rowing anyway as young Perry Hoare, I think. And she's got a chance of qualifying, and Neve O'Doherty right across the far side is also in the firing line as well. In fact, she looked as if she might be in front. It could be Dunstan High out in front across the far side. Go, Neve. So she will qualify quite clearly now. We're just starting to see it break open a little bit, and we see that there's St Hilda's and there's two out there, Otago Girls. And it is Otago Girls up into qualifying position. She's just starting to push a little bit harder. Otago Girls, she can see a bit of pressure coming on from St Hilda's. St Hilda's girl hasn't looked across at her yet. She's looking down at the Hargest, the James Hargest sculler. As we head inside the yellow boys, it's Dunstan High. Going down through just about the 100-metre buoy line to go. There's opened up a bit of a gap now between the two scullers that train off the Otago Harbour. And that is Merriman for Otago Girls and Perry Hoare for St Hilda's. We will have to look for time. Good job being done. I think her first season in a single sculler. I think Neve has only had one other single scull race, in which she went exceptionally well in. And she does combine in the double, but she's looking pretty good today as she goes down, along with Lucy Merriman as well. She's looking pretty sharp as she goes across and gets the second qualifier. We'll just keep an eye on the times of these, and then the St Hilda's girl has a big look around. Her head went right around to see where the finish line was. There it goes again. You could just about hear the clicks like the old Exorcist that went right around. She'll get the buzzer. Looks like Cromwell College next to go. Down on the inside, Marion College. In the middle, it looks like a Timaru and James Hargest ahead of them. I'm just keeping an eye on the time for you to see if it comes up, but nevertheless, we'll go and pick up the third heat for you. Otago Girls High School number 2 crew. Then we go out from there. We go Marion College, St Kevin's, Dunstan High School number 2 crew, Burnside High School, Ashburton College, St Hilda's Collegiate number 2 crew. Still haven't got that time up for you, and we go and see what's happening out there, and we see right out the very far side of the course. It's about lane 7. It's showing the Ashburton colours, I think. It's coming out of lane 6, which is Ashburton College. Sophie Gibson. Oh, yeah. She's had a great season, young Sophie. She's had a really good season. Right, that second heat has gone through in 9:17. So that's the quickest so far, 9:17. So, Neve, that's well done, mate. 9:23 for the first heat and 9:17 for the next heat. So Ashburton, sitting right out in front, wants to qualify and let nobody else come anywhere near her. She's about 4 lengths clear of the crew from Dunstan. That's Talia Nelson from Dunstan. So Simon and Natalie will be happy to get 2 crews through to the final of the girls under 16 single. And these crew are clear of the rest. You'd almost think it was the second division. So in behind them, we have to go down the inside to Otago Girls number 2 crew, Emma Small. In the middle of the course, ahead of her is the crew from Burnside, which is Fern Harrison from Burnside. Right out the far side, St Hilda's number 2, Elsie Homer. Jazz McIntosh does the thing. Welcome along, Maz, Gaz, Jazz, Baz, and Kaz. Good work, Jazz, in your first season coaching. Going well, mate. And then we go back to the only other crew that we've heard is St Kevin's. So quite clearly, Dunstan High School will take the second. We'll be interested to look at times. Then we go a long way back from there Burnside's leading the chase. I don't think they're going to be close enough. The ones in the second heat are the ones that have got the chance of qualifying, I would think. That was the quicker time, because the gap here, Burnside, Targo Girls, St Kevin's, Meridian, and across the far side, St Hilda's Collegiate, unfortunately, won't be close enough to be in the timing bracket. Boys under 18 novice double sculls. There'll be a lot of entries here as well, I would say. First and second to the A final, third and fourth to the B final. Tells us this is 4 heats. And there's no one on the course. They are in the starting zone, so we have got a chance to just checking a few things. So we'll pick them up as soon as they go away from the starting blocks, because they're a novice grade and it might take a wee while to get them going. Big crowd, guys, so welcome along everybody. If you do have the opportunity, we're only racing through to 5:30 and then starting 8 o'clock in the morning. And the regatta is run over 2.5 days because the entries are also big. We've got just over 1,000 competitors here, and I think there's something like 40 odd schools competing here at the South Island 2023 Nationals. We've seen some good racing, but we haven't seen anything really close yet. Everybody's well out, cleared out in front and things. Some of the rules and regulations you know all about. If you're a novice spectator and you're just sitting there and getting a little tired and you want to have a walk around, take a wee wander down to the 1,000-metre peg. You'll see some real action down there. You'll hear the coxswains do the calls down there. A lot of the coaches will have pushes going on at the 1,000-metre peg. You'll hear them, and you can just about put your arm out and tap the crews on the shoulder. You're so close to the action, and that goes right through to the 1,000-metre peg. A lot of the coaches will go down there for their crews. In the good old days, the coaches had to go on the terrace up above the course here. You had to go down to the 1,000-metre peg, watch them start, jump in your car, do a couple of broadies and a donut out of the gravel and down up the highway to try and get back to the finish of your cruise. Now the coaches go to the 1,000-metre peg on their bikes and they can just bike down from there. We should see a really big crowd tomorrow. So just be aware if you are on that walkway of the bikes, and the bikers be aware of the walkers. Right, that boys under 18 novice double sculls are through in that second 500 now. We had Nelson College 2, St Andrews of St Thomas of Canterbury, Ashburton, Twizel Area School, Marlborough Boys College, Otago Boys High School and Bayfield High School. And as we look down through the lake, and we can see 1, 2, 4 from the Twizel. So it's Twizel, the under 18, the two young fellas. Oh, I think these two boys are even eligible to row under 17. If that's the crew that is in front, we'll just clarify that for you very shortly. Gosh, they took a title at the New Zealand Rowing Champs here a couple of weeks ago. Certainly Twizel. It's Twizel Area School, young Henderson and Nara. From there, Kelvin Maker does the coaching of them. And here they are out in front. And like I say, I think these two young fellas are eligible to row under 17 as well. They might even be eligible to row under 16. They're not very old, so they're doing a pretty good job here. And the novices sitting out in front. Now, this is a novice grade, of course. So it's Twizel Area. Gosh, they're getting along nicely. They've got a beautiful run on their boat as they head into the third 500. It is Twizel. Twizel Area School sitting out in front. We're looking for another qualifier on the left-hand shoulder, but about 3, 4, 5 lengths down is Ashburton. Caleb and Drew for Ashburton. Now they might have a chance of qualifying, and then we go on the right-hand shoulder. We have Marlborough boys as well, Hinari and Walter. They've got a chance of qualifying, but they're not going to catch the crew that's sitting in front. Trained here on the course, so they know the shortcuts. Sitting out in front comfortably by 5, 6, 7 lengths, Kelvin. They're going away from them. Tell you what, they'll need a parachute. They're going to hit and get the buzzer, and they're so far out in front, going so fast that they'll need a parachute. You know, like you see those 500-metre sprint cars. They drop the big parachute out to slow them down. That's what the Twizel boys are going to need. They're going so well, sitting out in front comfortably over the rest of the field by 6, 7 lengths. On their left-hand shoulder, but away down the course is the crew from Ashburton. Ashburton up into second place. They'll qualify from there. And on the right-hand shoulder of the leader, back another 3 lengths from Ashburton is Marlborough Boys College. There's your first 3. And then on the right, Otago Boys, another 4 lengths back from Marlborough Boys. They are spread out like a piece of jelly on your toast. They are spread right out to the edges. Then we go down to St Thomas of Canterbury and Nelson on the inside, and then Bayfield across the far side. Nelson Area School, like I say, I think they took 1, 2, 3 medals at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals, I think. They took a gold, a silver and a bronze, I think. They're not going to let anyone get near them, that's for sure. They have got a beautiful run on their boat. You can just see the power and urgency that comes from them when the legs drive down. Nice strong arm rip, that's what you're looking for, and then a nice quiet release to the front. Down towards the buzzer they go. First of 3 heats, and the boys under 18 novice double sculls goes to Twizel Area School. The second qualifier is going to be Ashburton. Ashburton will qualify as well, and unfortunately Marlborough boys, Otago boys, 2 down the inside, Nelson, St Thomas of Canterbury and Bayfield will hopefully have another event to row. Your second heat has St Thomas of Canterbury's number 2 crew, Twizel Area School's number 2 crew, John McGlashan College, St Kevin's College, Waitaki Boys High School, Cromwell College and Burnside High School College. And they're a little slow getting them away as well. Let's just check start time on 3 o'clock. They're right on start time. Do a brilliant job up there. Mr. Justin Wall Barry Clydesdale and the helpers that are up there at the 2,000 metre tower. Like I say, not only you can go to the 1,000 metre peg, you can go to the 2,000 metre peg as well. It is a silent zone, so you can drive your car up there, park, get out and take a look at what goes on at the start. I'd say they've just gone through that first 500, and we do have a crew that looks like it's opened up a little bit of a gap. It's second in from the outside. It's Cromwell. Well, it should be Cromwell going on the lanes. We'll just have a wee check for you. It's coming out of lane 5. It looks like Waitaki Boys. So it will be Waitaki Boys. Then we go to Cromwell, and we don't see a crew from Burnside, so maybe they're not rowing there. So it's out of lane 2, which is Twizel Area School, and across to Waitaki Boys out of lane 5. That's the two as they go into the second 500. On the right-hand shoulder of Twizel Area School is the crew, but they're about 3 lengths back is John McGlashan. And then right alongside Johnny McGlashan, or maybe slightly ahead of John McGlashan, is St. Kevin's, the weight of St. Kevin's. Then we go to Waitaki Boys. They are definitely ahead of St. Kevin's, and I think they're ahead of Twizel Area School as well. And then we go quite a wee way back to Burnside. Oh no, we couldn't see Burnside, it's Cromwell. We'll just check and make sure that it might be Burnside and Cromwell's not there. Okay, we'll just identify that when they get a little bit closer, but they're well off the pace, whoever it is. I don't know if it's Burnside or Cromwell. It looks like it could be Burnside. Maybe Cromwell's not there. So it's Waitaki Boys out of the Oamaru rowing sheds on the mighty 500 metre stretch of water in the harbour area of Oamaru, where they used to, in the good old days, have sprint racing. And then they do an awful lot of rowing because they do have sheds here at Oamaru. And they are sitting out in front. Twizel Area School trying to hang on to it, but there's a little pressure going on Twizel Area School to get 2 crews through. It's coming on the left-hand shoulder of St. Kevin's. It's St. Kevin's. The 2 crews out of the Oamaru rowing shed. They've got a chance. Twizel Area School still in second place. Then we go St. Kevin's, and then we go John McGlashan. That's the top 4 at this stage. Then we go a long way back to St. Thomas of Canterbury, and we'll see if we can still identify this crew right across the far side. It's Burnside, so it's Cromwell that's not there. So Cromwell College don't appear to be there. Waitaki Boys. Stuart and Jake for Waitaki Boys. Ivan Doherty. Ivan Doherty doing the coaching, or generally it is Ivan will be from the Oamaru coaching team, I would imagine. So Waitaki Boys sitting in front, Stuart and Jake sitting in front quite comfortably now. We're still, looks like Twizel aren't, they're only in third shot. Twizel, it looks like it is the weight of St. Kevin's along that's up into second qualifying position. It almost looked like it was Twizel. It looked like it was Twizel for the first 500. There's not a great deal between them, between Twizel, but I think St. Kevin's might have the advantage over Twizel Area School now. And then still trying to stick their nose in between them is John McGlashan, but they're about 3 lengths away from Twizel Area School. So there's nothing between Twizel Area School and St. Kevin's. That's where the race will come from. At this stage, at St. Kevin's, it's in qualifying position. Twizel Area, they'll have to go now. They'll have to go now if they want to get 2 in, which would be really, really good for the Twizel Area if they can get this number 2 crew through. St. Kevin's, the bowman for St. Kevin's looks across at Twizel. Has Twizel gone yet? They're very strong in the last 300, Twizel, but they've got about 2 lengths to 2.5 lengths to pick up. So it looks like the 2 qualifiers have sorted themselves out. Waitaki look really classy out in front. They look really clean and polished as they sit out in front for a novice crew. Mind you, they will come out of that very, very impressive novice and intermediate 8 of Oamaru's that took gold medal at the Nationals, of course. Down towards the line they go. Waitaki boys clear of the rest of the field. St. Kevin's will take the next qualifier. And unfortunately, Twizel won't get the 2 crews through. They'll have to go to the B final with 3 and 4. And the other crew going through to the B final will be the crew on their right-hand shoulder, which is John McGlashan. And we have to go a long way back to the other 2 crews. Right, the first heat, the boys novice, Twizel Area School, Ralph and Cabe went through in 7:36. So Twizel went through in the first heat in 7:36. Right, your third heat's well down through the course. We have Timaru Boys 2 out of 2. We have Nelson College out of 3. St. Kevin's 2 out of 4. Dunstan High School out of 5. Christchurch Boys out of 6. And St. Andrews College out of 7. Same as the other 2 heats, we're looking for 2 to go through, and it's Nelson showing their colours. Nelson College, Charlie and Ollie from Nelson College. Miles and Brent do the coaching. And they are said goodbye to the rest of the field, and the second qualifiers in the white across the far side, St. Andrews. Inside them, but 3 lengths away is Christchurch Boys. Then only a length and a half back to Dunstan High School. And then in the white we see St. Kevin's 2 crew. End's coming on after this race, guys. Oh, got another 5 minutes and End's coming on for the rest of the day. Been great support to all crews down there, quite a big crowd. We appreciate your support, guys, on a Friday afternoon. Don't forget, if you pack it in, pack it out. And if you're doing the recycling thing, put it in the yellow bin. Stop, think, and then put it in the yellow bin. Mr. Whippy's over the back. Get something from the row shop. It's your last chance today. It's the last regatta of the season. You can go and see Luke at the shop and get yourself a Sammy or a truckie's lunch, a pie and a can of Coke. And, of course, Ju's got the coffee down there, and I'm sure there'll be coffee in the row shop as well. So, as we said, Nelson was too good for this field. They went out. Charlie and Ollie went out to the front. They've been there ever since we picked them up, going through the 1,000-metre peg. Nobody under any pressure. I'm hoping that Ian will get a few exciting races through to the end of the day, but Millsy's had nothing at all to jump up and down about. They're all being clean out in front. We're all waiting for finals day. Nelson, we'll just see who's doing. Oh, yeah, of course, Miles and Brent out of the Nelson College crew. Off the harbour there in Nelson, they sometimes row through the gap past the fishing boats and out onto the rolling sea at Nelson. St. Andrews off the Avon River. They will qualify as well, and the other 2 to go through to the B final is the crew from Christchurch Boys, and it looks like Dunstan Arm in the middle, of course, will go through to the B final over Timaru and St. Kevin's in the middle. So one more race for me, guys. Race 27, the boys under-18 novices 4th heat. Remember, if you're a novice spectator out there, there's 4 heats. First and second of each heat gives you 8, and the next, we're only doing 8 races so far at some of the regattas here. We've been doing 10 lanes. New Zealand Rowing Nationals, we've done 8 lanes, and we're doing 8 lanes here as well. So it's first 2 from each of the 4 heats gives you the 8, and then the 3 and 4th will take you through to the B final. Looks like Dunstan High School got the 4th spot into the B final. And the last heat is out of lane 2, Dunstan High School number 2, lane 3, Otago Boys number 1, lane 4, Timaru Boys High School number 1. Lane 5, Wakatipu High School number 1. Shirley Boys number 1 out of 6. And Christ College's number 1 out of 7. And again, wow, this might be the closest of the day for me by the look of it. There is nothing separating Otago Boys, Timaru Boys, and it looks like James Hargest. It's Shirley Boys. Otago Boys, Timaru Boys, it's Wakatipu in the middle. There's the 3 crews for 2 spots to get into the final. Now they've got themselves about 420 metres, no, 420.2 metres to go. So it is Otago Boys, Tom and Archie down on the inside. Real pressure going on them for AJ and Jack out of Timaru Boys High School. And then Wakatipu, it's Mike and Toby for Wakatipu is trying to put in a challenge too. This will be the closest I've had for the day. We've just been talking about it. We're talking about the commentators not being able to jump up and down like Rumpelstiltskin. Here's the first one coming up. 2 spots for 3 rowers. Wakatip's going to have to go now. Wakatipu, you'll have to go now. Right in the middle of the course, Timaru Boys in the white and Otago Boys down on the inside. Last heat of the boys under 18, novice double sculls with 2 to qualify to the A final. Wakatipu want to go now. They've got to go or she's going to be too late. Then we go in the middle of the course. Oh, Otago Boys have just been clamped up and chucked out the back by the look of it. They want to come now. They can see that it's been too late, so they're trying to come. It's the white in the middle, Timaru Boys, AJ and Jack in the middle. Wakatipu's coming at them now. Otago Boys are going to miss out. They were in front 300 metres down the track before, and they've just come at you. It's a matter of who cranks the hands up and who gets the run on the boat. We've now got the 2 qualifiers going through the 100-metre buoy line. Wakatipu, I thought they were going to be chucked out the back, but now it looks like Otago Boys have missed it. And it is going to be Timaru High School. Off the estuary in Timaru, they'll go down. And they're going to take it out a half length clear off Wakatipu from Lake Hayes. Over the Otago Boys combination. It'll have to go through to the B final off the harbour in Dunedin. And then on the top side of them are Shirley Boys off the Avon River in Christchurch. Down the inside, Dunstan High School. Off Lake Dunstan and Clyde. That's it for me for the day, guys. We'll be back again tomorrow morning. Ian's going to take you through till the end of the day. Please be gentle with him.
Silly. Clickbaity headline. Silly sausages, aren't we? All right.
Final and heading through the first We're good? Yeah, lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 1 is Maggie Smith, Izzy Abley, Marley Ross, Cassidy Marwick, Sienna Cochran, Summer Smith, Paige Hickey, Tallulah Leggett and Sophia Baum. In lane 6, St Margaret's College 1, Isabella Bridge, Estelle Litton, Leona Kamaharangi and Lucy Butterfield with Alexa Gooding, Lucy Farrell, Anna Aradis, Tilly O'Donnell and Bella Harris the Cox. In lane 7, it's Rangiruru Girls School 2, Annabelle Brett, Melik Cam, Tabitha Porter, Katie Hickling, Leela Hamilton Lamonier, Georgia Rumble, Isabella Wilson, Molly Nolan and Sophia Saar. And in lane 8 is Nelson College for Girls 1, Francesca Palmer, Lucia Maskell, Juna O'Connor, Chloe Steele, Millie Treader, Greer Robertson, Naomi Robertson, Brianna Williams, and Maddie Taylor is the Cox. So just flattening out a wee bit there now as they come down through the 1,000 metre mark. Pretty even really, but looking out there in lane 4, it is Rangiruru just inside them, Columba College on the outside. We go to Christchurch Girls High School, who'll be third. Back across to Marlborough Girls down there in lane 2, just following in behind them there. All going through to the finals, so just really racing for times in this race. Girls under 18 novice coxed 8 will be followed by the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. Outside of Christchurch Girls High, St Margaret's College 1. And then, actually, St Margaret's there. There's a crew rowing down the outside of the course, and that looks like it's St Margaret, so I wonder if they missed the start. Rangiruru number 2 are out there in lane 7, so there is a gap in the field, and out there in lane 8 is Nelson College for Girls 1. So if you look down there, it does look like it is St Margaret's out there on the outside lane, so either they've got an issue or they weren't there on time. The starters being pretty strict. It is Mardi Cup conditions that they are racing under, so if the boats are late to the start, they won't get away. And similarly with the weighing, they'll need to make sure that they are weighing up okay too. But as we head up to the 750 metre mark now, it is Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in lane 4. Just outside of them still, Christchurch Girls High School would be second. Just coming across to Marlborough Girls there in lane 2, doing a nice job down there, being coxed by Lily McMillan. They'll be there or thereabouts, and then we would come back inside to Columba College. Those would be the 4. Just watching Nelson College for Girls out there in lane 8 doing a good job too. So racing through to 5:30 tonight, get some of these heats through, and it means by this time tomorrow we'll be starting to get ready for the first bunch of finals. So Marlborough Girls just starting to draw up alongside Rangiruru. Christchurch Girls outside. Swinging nicely together, that Rangiruru crew, just all rowing as one. Right alongside them is Christchurch Girls High School, just starting to move a wee bit away from Marlborough Girls, doing a nice job down there in lane 2 still, so those 3. 4th would be back inside to Columba, not much between them and the Nelson College for Girls on the outside. So all of course are going through. We're really just going to settle here on times for the final. Girls under 18 novice coxed 8. So getting towards the pointy end for their first season's rowing. Through 250 metres to go they come now. And Rangiruru would have a boat length now on Marlborough Girls College in second. Third now is Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go out to Nelson. Not much between Nelson and Columba. Those are your 4. Outside then we go to the Rangiruru number 2. Back inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. And just making their way down the outside of the course. I'm pretty confident there might be some mechanical issues with that St Margaret's boat, but they'll all know when they get the boat parked. So here we go with 120 metres to go. Still with the boat length is Rangiruru in this heat. Past 100 metres to go now. Past the red buoy they go. Joining them with those 100 metres to go now is Marlborough Girls College. Same with Christchurch Girls High School. So not much between those 2 crews. But really these 3, they'll be in the middle of the course tomorrow, you would expect, with the way the times are. Starting to gain on Rangiruru, but they've got it all under control as they come down to 50 metres to go. So Rangiruru by almost a full boat length now over Christchurch Girls High School second. As they go across the line and coming into second by a canvas over Marlborough Girls is Christchurch Girls. And just sleeping over the line with half a canvas will be Columba College over Nelson College on the outside. Then we'll come back inside to Rangiruru number 2 and back down here to Christchurch Girls High School. So it looked like it might get a little bit lumpy out there earlier on, but it's just started to tidy itself up. Just wait for a time on that. I can tell you that the boys novice under 18 doubles, Timaru boys went through in a time of 7:48. Okay, this is a bit of fun because we don't have a sheet up here for this current race, which is race number 29, the boys under 17 coxed 8. So Millsy's done that on purpose. He's buggered off with one of the race sheets, so I've got to do this and guess it. So this will be good. So the under 17 novice, not under 17 novice, under 17 boys coxed 8. I think in lane 2, St Andrews College number 2. Lane 3, Christ College number 1. Lane 4 is Christchurch Boys High School number 1. And in lane 5, it's St Andrews College 1. And on the outside, lane 6 is St Bede's College. I wonder why they didn't look like girls under 17 cox quadruple sculls. So in the middle of the course at the moment, it is not much between those two crews, Christchurch Boys High School and St Andrews. On the outside is St Bede's. Then we come back inside to, it would be in lane 2, Christ College 1 and St Andrews College 2. So progression will be, I'm going to guess here and say they'll go through to the final and come back tomorrow and do it again. So heading through, it isn't a bit of an arrow effect as they come down now. Christchurch Boys, coxed by Jimmy Dawson. St Andrews on the outside, then coxed by Kobe Good. Then we go inside to the Archie Davidson, actually stroking, for Christ College. Then St Andrews College in lane 2. And just looking at St Bede's drawing up alongside St Andrews. So they'll be looking to get through here nice and cleanly as they come up through 1,000 metre peak on your screen there. You can see in the middle of the course it's Christchurch Boys High School. Second would be St Andrews. Then it's very little between St Bede's and Christ College. And then just down on the inside is St Andrews College. So this is race 29. The next race will be race 30, which is the girls under 17 cox quadruple sculls. So just looking at the St Margaret's 8 heading down the outside of the course, looks like there's an issue with 7 and 8 seat there. So that'll be why they didn't race in that race. Some mechanical issues, so they'll be back into the final to take their part. But out here we have got the boys under 17 coxed 8. It is Christchurch Boys High School still. Right alongside them St Andrews College. And those two crews along with St Bede's out there in lane number 6 starting to pull away from the other two being Christ College 1 and St Andrews College. But you just cannot tell in these 8s what race plan they're working to. They've got the final to come. This is their heat. And they'll all just be looking for something a little bit more positive than what they did last time they rode. So still Boys High and St Andrews starting to pull away now from St Bede's and on the inside back to Christ College number 1. Heading up through 400 metres to run. The girls under 17 cox quadruple sculls are in their starting blocks, ready to go. So through the last of the red boys come the boys under 17 coxed 8s. St Andrews and Christchurch Boys. St Andrews just taking the lead now of Christchurch Boys. Third would be St Bede's, then back to Christ College inside to St Andrews. Number 2, so 2 St Andrews crews in this race. Nice crowd for a Friday afternoon we've got today. Nearly 3/4 of a boat length now to the crew from St Andrews College over Christchurch Boys High School. And then 100 metres to go now for the crew from St Bede's. Those 3 crews in the last throws of the race. 100 metres to go now for Christ College. And then just follow them down as St Andrews College. So boys under 17 coxed 8 down the line in the heat is St Andrews College first. Second will go to Christchurch Boys High School. by half a boat length over St Bede's. Then we go back a boat length to Christ College and then St Andrews College number 2. So giving you the crews for race 30, which is the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. In lane 1, Mount Aspiring College 2, Jess Gould, Pierre de Craig, Abby Pedersen, Chloe Murray, Holly Brooks is the Cox. In lane 2, Marlborough Girls College 1, Charlotte Thomas, Olive Patterson, Harriet McLaughlin, Jessica Bennett and Tessa Unwin is the Cox. In lane 3, Ashburton College 1, Honor Bramford, Isabel Wall, Rosa Armstrong, Sienna Skilling with Lily Davidson the Cox. In lane 4, Otago Girls High School 1, Sophie Orchiston, Lily Moores, Danielle Milne, Maggie Hepburn and Lily Falkos is the Cox. In lane 5, Burnside High School number 1, Katie Mitchell, Olivia Moriarty, Poppy Knight, Sam Rankin with Abby May the Cox. And in lane 6, Marion College 2, Faya Wayman, Mila Harper, Tessa Jameson, Timo, Francesca Toharaki and Kayla Webb is the Cox. And in lane 7, Nelson College for Girls 1, Holly John, Mia Cliff, Fern Backhouse Smith and Madeline Collis with Ruby Southwark the Cox. So they are through the first 500 metres of their race, just coming up past Alcatraz, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. Nice and flat down the course there, so it looks like it's coming out of Marlborough Girls College 2, Marlborough Girls College 1 rather, and then Ashburton College. So progression here is 1 and 2 through to the A final plus the 2 next fastest, and the next 8 fastest will go through to the B final. So girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, this is the first of 3 heats. So you've got to be first and second to head straight through into the final, otherwise you're going to be relying on your next best time. Ashburton College doing well down there in lane 3. Cross on the outside to Nelson College in lane 7 out to a bit of a flyer. Then we come back inside to Burnside, Otago Girls. Down in lane 1 is Mount Aspiring College. Then we go to Marion in lane 6. So fairly even spread, but it is with Ashburton College at this stage. They've had a good season so far, those girls. I think they finished in the medals at South Island Champs. So Nelson College, Ashburton College, then we look across to Burnside and Marion. Otago Girls. This could be a close finish, Millsy. You might have finished too early. So 2 more heats to come after this. The girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Great shot of them there on the live stream as they've headed through the 1,000 metre mark. We're heading up to the 1,000 metre mark. Nice flat water there in the first half of the course. But Nelson College doing all the work out there in lane 7, so the other crews will have to chase them down. So Nelson College, Burnside, Ashburton, Otago Girls, and then looking down to Marlborough Girls College in lane 2 as they come through. There's the Ashburton crew going through in second with the familiar Carrot on the bow of the boat. Half a boat length lead to Nelson. Just starting to close up now with Otago Girls and Burnside. So just dropping away a bit now as they come through to the second half of the course is Marion. But right in the middle of the course, it's between Ashburton, Otago Girls, Burnside, and then Nelson. We're looking for 2. Then we go back to Marion. Then we go back to Marlborough Girls and Mount Aspiring. Second heat is underway and heading through the first couple of 100 metres of the race for them as the sun starts to shine through. So don't be fooled, team. It might be heading into autumn, but we can still get burned out here, so make sure you've got plenty of protection on. Just drawing up alongside Nelson College for Girls now would be the crew from Burnside, and right alongside them is Otago Girls and Ashburton. So these 4, we're going to try and split these 4 into the 2. It looks they're starting to move away from the rest of the field as they head up towards 750 metres to go. Nice handy lead for Nelson still. So they hold on to that. We'll then be looking for the next place to come out of Ashburton, Otago Girls and Burnside. So Burnside just starting to pull away now from Otago Girls and Ashburton. So nice row from the Burnside quad. They're starting to pull up and chase down that Nelson crew. So they've moved in the last couple of 100 metres just to get some distance away from the other crews if they can. Ashburton aren't out of it yet. They'll hang tough, that crew. You can bet on that. But outside on lane number 7, it's still Nelson College for Girls. Drawing up alongside them, Burnside. Then Ashburton, then back to Otago Girls. Then we've got 2 boat links back to Meridian College. Inside from them in lane 2, Nelson Marlborough Girls College, then back to Mount Aspiring in lane number 1. So still Nelson. It's very close between Burnside and Otago and Ashburton College. Ashburton College now look like they've moved up alongside Burnside, but Otago trying to squeeze in between the pair of them. And then right on the outside, it's Nelson still starting to fight for that first place they've got at the moment. So girls under 17, coxed quadruple sculls. This is the first heat. 1 and 2 go straight through. Then we're looking for next fastest, so I'll keep an eye on the times. We can tell you that, well, that doesn't make sense. I don't think the boys under 17 coxed 8 went through in 5:16. They would like to have, but I'm pretty sure they didn't. So Ashburton just moving along and making some incremental improvements down there in lane number 3. They're moving up alongside and past Otago Girls, putting Burnside under pressure. It's still Nelson College out in the lead out there in lane number 7, Nelson College for girls. But it's Ashburton. They've pushed in the last 150 metres. They've pushed up alongside Burnside. Burnside, you're going to have to go again, get some pressure on the legs if you're going to take on the Ashburton crew. Otago Girls right in the middle of it too. They're not out of it, but they'll need to move as well because we're down to less than 250 metres to go. 150 metres to go it is. Nelson College for girls have been overtaken now by the Ashburton crew. Right up alongside them they go. 100 metres to go now is Nelson, but they're under pressure from Ashburton who are over 100 metres to go now as well. Then Burnside. Oh, it's close between these 3 crews. They're starting to really close it up on Nelson. And then Otago Girls are like the mate of it now. It's Nelson College for girls on the outside. Nelson College for girls and Ashburton College and Burnside between the middle of them. It'll be between Burnside and Ashburton College because Nelson have pushed again. They've got half a boat length. Nelson College are going to win it between Burnside and Ashburton. It's Ashburton by a bow ball at the moment. They go over the line. It'll be Ashburton. Then Burnside third, fourth will go to the crew from Otago Girls. Then we go back to Meridian College, and then we come back to Nelson College for girls in lane 2, and down in lane 1 will be Aspiring College. Very close, but remember it's the 1 and 2 go through. Then we're looking for the next fastest as the second heat makes its way down. In the second heat we have in lane 1 Meridian College 3, Sophie Connor, Olivia Toomey, Anna McEwen, Peyton Moss. G'day Dylan, and Lucia Young is coxing. In lane 2, it's Ashburton College 2, Maddie Marshall, Leah Reid, Isla Connolly White, Gemma Brent, and Madeline Howden, the cox. In lane 3, Mount Aspiring College 1, Kate Ritchie, Anika Massey, Annie Wells, Lola Ritchie, and Caroline Smith. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls number 1, Sophie Payne, Alice Ferguson, Lucy Vance, Sophia Cushel, and Annabelle Wynne-Williams, a very experienced cox there. In lane 5, Villa Maria College 1, Minnie Edwards, Molly Nayhoff, Jess Loader, Lucy Morrison, and Gemma Strick. In lane 6, it's Southland Girls High School 1, Emma Wills, Caitlin Hamilton, Yasmin McLean, Holly Goebel, and Ciara Horston. And in lane 7, Craighead Dawson number 1, Kira Griffin, Georgina Butler, Lily Grant, Annabelle Torbett, and Mackenzie Copeland as the cox. And right in the middle there in lane 4, it's Rangiruru leading these crews down just from Mount Aspiring College on the inside of them. They'll be second. Then we go across to Villa Maria College number 1. So those are the 3 that are making their way down the course. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go straight through. We'll keep an eye on the times. That first heat went through in a time of 7:47. So just confirming there, Nelson College for girls winning that. Second was Ashburton College, third Burnside, but only by 0.46 of a second, so very close. A boat length and a bit would be the official measurement for the lead that Rangiruru Girls School have at the moment over Mount Aspiring. So Mount Aspiring second, but the pressure will come from Villa Maria out there in lane 5. Then we go across to Craighead Dawson out there in lane 7. Those are the ones that are within Cooey. Then back inside we come to Ashburton College down there in lane 2. But well out in front is Rangiruru. Villa Maria pulling up alongside the crew from Mount Aspiring. But Mount Aspiring look like they might have second under control, but 250 metres to go. So Villa Maria not out of it. Craighead have got some work to do out there in lane 7 if they want to get themselves through the automatic qualification. Third heat is underway. This is the second heat right out in front of us. Second of 3 heats in the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. So Rangiruru not looking under too much stress out there in the middle. It's very clean catches. Look at them going, and there's hardly any splash of the water as they go into the water. cleanly out at the finish, then away they go again. So a nice exhibition of sculling from this Rangiruru number 1 crew. Clearly into second here, we've got Mount Aspiring, being well coxed there by Caroline Smith, coached by Matt Rickard. And then we go a boat length back to Villa Maria. On the outside then still would be Craighead. Then we come back down to Ashburton, across to Villa Maria, Marion in lane 1, and then Southland Girls in lane 6 is where they are at the moment. 50 metres to go for Rangiruru number 4. We'll keep an eye on the time. 80 metres to go now for Mount Aspiring College, and through into the last 100 metres now is Villa Maria. So they'll be late. Waiting on time will be Villa Maria. Up to the line now, taking the buzzer goes the Rangiruru crew now. Look at that for timing. And then Mount Aspiring on their way through in lane 3, followed by Villa Maria. So we'll keep an eye on that time as they head down. 4th will be Craighead Dawson. 5th will go to Ashburton. Then we come inside. 6th will Marion, and 7th to Southland Girls. That will complete the field for the second heat of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. We'll just give you the field for the third heat and third and final heat as they make their way down while we wait for the time. In lane 2, Marion College 1, Cara Brignall, Charlotte Peterson, Neela Penrose, Grace Langridge and Sienna Aiken as the Cox. In lane 3, Villa Maria College 2, Neve Graham, Claire Martin, Gabriella Kennedy, Sammy Snell and Neem Smitty as the Cox. In lane 4, Columba College 1, Sarah Reynolds, Genty Minty, Bridget Sutton, Charlie Sinclair and Isabella Davey the Cox. Whakatipu High School number 1 in lane 5, Molly Shuttleworth, Pippa Mankatamini, Olivia Bissett, Mia Pagan and Katie Buttrick as the Cox. In lane 6 at St Andrews College 1, Alice Myers, Rosa Hill, Libby McNee, Abby Baxter, Katie Steele as the Cox. And then in lane 7, Avonside Girls number 1, Ruby Keane, Chloe Sykes, India Grace Leonard, Eva Hooper and Georgia West. So waiting for a time for that second. Oh, that was fast to that second heat. It's gone through in 7:40. So Villa Maria finished 3rd. But they might not be out of it. Just depends on how all these timings go. So waiting for the result for all those crews to come through. It'll be on Rowett. Second heat done. Third heat through 1,000 metre mark and looking a little bit closer it is. So down lane 2 we've got Marion College. We come across to Columba, Whakatipu and St Andrews. Those 4. So we're looking for 2 to come through out of those 4. We then go back on the outside to Avonside Girls, look a little bit back on it, and so do Villa Maria number 2. So it is Marion College, Columba, Whakatipu and St Andrews who are in the mix. The lead is with Columba in lane 4. Outside of them is Whakatipu. They would be 3rd. Oh, look at that going down there from Marion College in lane 1 though. They're putting a nice row in down there. Looking to get themselves through. After this, we move to the boys under 15 coxed octies. That should be a bit of fun. Yeah, 7:40 they went through. So that first heat went through in 7:47, and Villa Maria, who finished 3rd in the second heat, ended up going about the same time. So it just shows where the chances can come. Heat 3 of the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. Into the last 500 metres of their race. Nice row coming here from Marion College 1, being well coxed by Sienna Aiken down there in lane 1. Second would be Columba College out there in lane 4. So the opportunity is for Whakatipu and St Andrews College to get through. St Andrews drawing up alongside Whakatipu. But just starting to pull away though are the crews from Columba and Marion. Marion being coached by Izzy Crowther and Chloe Huglin. There's Columba, Matthew Adam and Kaylin Jarrett doing the coaching there. Those 2 crews out in front looking to go through. So 1 and 2 through, plus the next 2 fastest over the 3 heats. Out of the red boys they come. Does Columba College, just marginally in front of Marion. There's not much between these 2 crews, but for them the good thing is they've got a boat length over those following them, which is Whakatipu and St Andrews. Then there is Daylight back to Villa Maria number 2, and on the outside Avonside Girls High School. They'll head through, well the next fastest go through to the B final. Now there's qualifiers, so we'll see where they sit. Just lifting there, you can see Marion just go up. So they'll be looking to push up over Columba. They've just gone up a notch in their rating. Just settling down nicely this water. It's really flat for these quads. Excellent sculling. 100 metres to go now for Columba. So they've got the lead over, Marion. There's not much between these 2 crews. It'll be bow ball for bow ball as they come down to the line the way they're going. Columba have responded again. Their hands starting to move a bit quicker. They've just gone up a notch. They've pulled away again from the crew from Meridian, but both are going to go through. Third looks like it will be Whakatipu. Outside of them to St Andrews, but about 3 strokes left now for the crew from Columba. They've gone out to three quarters of a boat length, then come through Meridian. So those 2 crews through automatically. These next 2, Whakatipu and St Andrews, they'll be waiting on times. And then we go back to the crew from Villa Maria and on the outside to Avonside Girls High School. Charging down the course, we have got the boys under 15 coxed octies in lane 1. St Andrews College 1. Thomas Ormsby, Lachlan Bell, Hedrick, Todd Hunter, Jonty Moorhead, William Gilray, Targ Maloney, Oliver Barker, Harry Pitts, James Madoyne in the Cox. In lane 2, Christ College number 1. Ollie Coper King, Jack James, Oscar Malone, Max Osmers, George Wilson, Zach James, Shader Luca, Max Erie, Daniel Wilson as the Cox. In lane 3, Otago Boys High School number 1. George Tisdale, Thomas Tisdale, Ben Thompson, Zach Hall, Lico Edwards, Victor Edwards, Jack West, Toby McLean and Noah Clark the Cox. In lane 4, Marlborough Boys College number 1. Bronson Blissett, Aston Underwood, Drew Mataroa, Toby Randell, Hunter Marfell, Logan Flight, Aidan Bennett, Willem Rowe, Blake Marfell, and coached by Zach Howell and Ethan Elderleast. In lane 5, Whakatipu number 1, Mike Perry, Finlay Woods, Harry McNay, Hagan Brown, Max Davis, Charlie Manser, Jasper Crawford, McKellar, Thornton and Cameron Hall the Cox. And in lane 6, it's the second of the Christ College crews. Joshua Brown, Harvey Gubb, Gus McKenzie, Marco Howe, George Davis and Lewis Fogarty, Tom Gardner, Freddie Hasty, Hayden Reed, the Cox, and Christ College number 3 out there in lane 7, Gabriel Bevan, Charlie Flutie, Oliver Simpson, Sam Fallett, Matua Cox, Max Hardacre, Max Durkin and Jackson Robertson with Harry Holmes the Cox. So this is a heat. They'll all go through to the final, just a matter of times. We can see that Christ College number 1 doing a good job down there in lane 2. Just inside of them would be the crew from Otago Boys, but Marlborough Boys College. Ethan, they're sitting out there not too far away. Drawing level with the crew from Christ College, then right outside of them, Whakatipu number 1. So there's the 4 out in the middle there, which is Christ, Otago, Marlborough and Whakatipu doing the job at the moment. Again, it's for time, see how they head from there. Then we go outside to Christ College number 3, well ahead of their second crew. Back inside to St Andrews College 1 down there in lane 1, and then we go to Christ College number 2 in lane 6. Time for the girls under 17, Cox 4, Heat 3, 7:36. So they got quicker again. So those crews in that third heat got the best chance of going through as next fastest. Check it on Row It. You'll find out who's in the A final there. Well in control of this race down here is the Daniel Wilson Cox crew from Christ College number 1. They've got a boat length and a half over Marlborough Boys College in this heat. Then we come back inside to Otago Boys, coached by Beth Anderson and Will Haley. Christ College coached by Andrew Taylor and Liam O'Leary. And just outside of Marlborough Boys will be Whakatipu High School number 1. That's Scott Arlett's well-coached crew there. Great to see these octies out on the course. Looking very clean and tidy are that Christ College crew. Under 15s. 250 metres to go now for Christ College. 2 boat lengths in front of the crew from Marlborough Boys. Then they'd have mainly 3 boat lengths over Otago Boys, and then about half a boat length back again we go to Whakatipu, and then there would be a considerable pause back to the 2 Christ College crews, but down there in lane 1 still coming through is St Andrews College number 1. Moving along nicely, Christ College number 1. They come down with 110 metres to go in this under 15 boys coxed octi. Through to the final they'll go later in the weekend. Otago Boys still in third, second Marlborough Boys. Marlborough Boys 100 metres to go now. Both these crews moving very nicely through the water as they head down towards the buzzer. And Whakatipu will be 4th. Then we go back to St Andrews College and the 2 Christ College crews. So Christ College across the line, Marlborough boys. Then there we go, Otago boys just going over the line, Whakatipu. And then we have got St Andrews down here on the inside, then Christ College and Christ College. Next race on the program is race 34, girls under 15 Cox 4, due to go in about a minute's time. So as per usual, we're running right on time. Have been all season, and a great job down there, Justin Wall and his team. And of course, as we lead up to Mardi, these crews should be pretty well drilled at getting down there and getting in there on time. So girls under 15 Cox 4. Heat number 1 about to go. 2 heats, and it's quite simply 1, 2, 3, and 4 through to the final. The rest eliminated. So if you're watching us on the live stream, still in the office pretending to work, you can see the girls under 15 Cox 4 sitting there. It's 3:45 on a Friday afternoon. So if you're in the office, I would imagine you've got a nice little refreshment and just cleaning up those final emails as you sit and watch and wait for this to go. So in lane 2 will be Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Neve Hickey. Haggis, you shouldn't be watching, you're supposed to be building. Stella Klein, Emerson Lowe, Lily Fan and Greta Brokenshire is the Cox. In lane 3, Rangiroa Girls School number 1, Sophia Harris, Pippa Clark, Alexa Crosby, Tyler Gilbert and Liv Barnett the Cox. In lane 4, St Margaret's College 1, Anna Aradis, Charlotte Brown, Lily Farrell, Tilly O'Donnell and Ellie Scotland the Cox. In lane 5, they're coached there by Ian Smallman. They'll be well drilled, that crew. Waimea College 1, Freya Childerhouse, Aurora Fleming, Margot Callahan, Isla Martin and Sophie McKeever the Cox. In lane 6 will be Craighead Dawson School 1, Libby Brown, Sophia Lawless, Lucy Flynn, Charlotte Connolly, Leda Kasperitz the Cox. And in lane 7 for this first heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4 will be St Andrews College 2, Carly McNee, Chloe McDonald, Xanthi Ward and Emily DeJoux. Robbie Miller the Cox. Away they go. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through, all away pretty cleanly. So if you're just between races and waiting for someone to come down, good chance to go and grab a coffee or a Mr. Whippy from Steve. You've all deserved it. You've all earned it. So St Margaret's away pretty cleanly in this first heat. Just outside of them to Waimea College. Inside of St Margaret's is Rangiruru. Then we go outside Waimea to Craighead Dosserson, just pulling away there now, and the great shots coming through there. It's a great shot there, isn't it? The crew's heading back up. Safety boat doing its thing. But we can see that it is there with St Margaret's and Rangiruru, just starting to pull away already at this early stage as they're through the first 500 metre mark. Going up towards Alcatraz. Christchurch Girls High School number 2 down there in lane number 2. Then we go across to Craighead Dosserson in lane 6, out to St Andrews College 2 in lane 7. So really in a good advantage already is that St Margaret's crew along with Rangiruru. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. So the interest here might actually be in the minors. That boys under 15 Octi, Christ College going through in a time of 6:31.15. Nearly 10 seconds ahead of Marlborough Boys College. And term 12 ahead of Otago Boys. I thought it was a bit quicker than that, or a bit short of those gaps. Into the second quarter they go, heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Still St Margaret's from Rangiruru. Then we go on the outside to Craighead Dawson, just easing into third. Inside from there Waimea, then outside to St Andrews College, back inside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So we've got 6 in the field. So 2 are going to struggle here. And we'll head for elimination. We'll look for those 4 to go through. So at this early stage, it is, we're nearly halfway through the race now, St Margaret's and Rangiruru. Right alongside St Margaret's now, Craighead Diocesan. Those 3 showing out. It's going to be a battle between the other 3 possibly to see who dips out, and that's St Andrews on lane 7 out there. Back inside to Waimea College, and then it is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So those 3 might be battling for a couple of spots, or one of them's going to want to head through. So it still, though, is with St Margaret's. St Margaret's, Craighead and Rangiruru doing the business out there. Through 1,000 metres to go into the second half of the race. St Margaret's and Craighead Dawson pulling away now from Rangiruru. Those 3 then pulling away from the other 3. So it's going to be close between those last 3. It looks like it might be Waimea and St Andrews, just with the advantage over the Christchurch Girls High School crew. They're just that piece in the last 200 metres. St Margaret's have really pulled away now. They made a statement they have there. So they've pulled well clear of both those crews. So St Margaret's now with probably a 2 boat length lead over Rangiruru and Craighead. Those 3 crews out in front, and they're bringing Waimea with them to pull up those 4 spots, you would think. So a bit of work there to be done for Christchurch Girls and Timaru if they're going to get through. That second heat is underway. I'll give you the crew for the second heat while the first heat makes its way down to the business end. In lane 2 there, we've got Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Amelia Wilk, Lola Hay, Isabel Wilson, Lucy Houghton and Grace O'Connor, the Cox. In lane 3, Nelson College for Girls 1, Ciara Reynolds, Francesca Palmer, Mary Gardning and Zoe Dunstan with Liana Hayward, the Cox. In lane 4, St Margaret's College 2, Fiona Oliver, Phoebe James, Marguerite Heller, Josie Kennedy and Ruby Hardacre, the Cox. In lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Laura Ryle, Summer Smith, Sienna Cochran, Tallulah Leggett, Pippa Ford coxing there. In lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Sailor Hedgecock, Lucia Epps and Charlotte Galvin with Olivia Connor and Zakiah Smith, the Cox. In that second heat, they're through 500 metres. Out here with less than 500 metres to go is heat 1. And just look at what St Margaret's College have done since the 1,000 metre mark. They were pretty even, these 3 crews, when they came through, but they've really put some work in. Has this under the girls under 15 Cox 4 from St Margaret's. 2 boat lengths they have over Rangiruru. Rangiruru a boat length maybe over Craighead. Then we have 3 boat lengths back to Waimea College. So clear distance between Waimea and St Andrews and the Christchurch Girls High School crew. So it looks like this will be the 4 that go through to the final in this first heat. So plenty of support down here on the line for the St Margaret's crew as they head through with 80 metres to go. Very tidy sweeping from this under 15 crew. They'll be well drilled as they come up down with about 4 strokes to go for them as they head in. Level pegging now is Craighead. They've just pushed ahead in the last few hundred metres to try up alongside Rangiruru. But looks like it will be Rangiruru just as they come down with about 40 metres to go. Rangiruru got half a canvas. Still pushing on them is Craighead Dawson, but it'll be a bow ball now. I know it's half a canvas to Rangiruru. 3rd to Craighead Dawson. And then down out here in lane number 5 is Waimea College. Looks like they'll take out that 4th qualifying spot to head through to the final in the girls under 15 Cox 4. 100 metres to go now for Christchurch Girls High School number 2. They're going to finish ahead of St Andrews College. But down taking that 4th spot now will be the crew from Waimea. Over they go. They'll be happy with that. Through to the final they go. And unfortunately for Christchurch Girls High School and St Andrews College, they will be looking forward to their next races. Second heat on the track, heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. And as they come through now, it is looking pretty even actually out there, which I'm looking at the third heat. So this second heat coming through, there's only 5 crews in this heat, so one's going to miss out. And right down there in lane 2, it's Rangiruru number 2, well in front. Oh no, it's not much each between them and Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 doing the business. So Christchurch Girls High School number 1 and Rangiruru number 2. They're level pegging. Then we go back to St Margaret's number 2 on the outside to St Andrews College 1. And it's Nelson College for girls down there in lane 3 who will need to do some work if they're going to get themselves through. One of these crews is going to miss out in this second heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4. Right up behind them, we have got the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. They are through 500 metres. So there might be a bit of a gap that will close between these crews. Those quads will go pretty quick. In lane 2 there, we've got Dunstan High School number 1, Nicholas McIntosh, Aidan Ockerty, Leon Morris, Jed McIntosh, Lily Kane, the Cox. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Tom Hearn, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis, Tim Chapman, Oliver Young as the Cox. Lane 4 is Whakatubi number 1, Ashton White, Xavier Small, Marley King Smith, Toby Rawson. They'll go quick. In lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Kobe Henson, Connor Arnold, Ben Harris, Matthew Dennis with Sam Moffat the Cox. In lane number 6 is Burnside High School number 1, Emmanuel Landon Lane, Joel Hood, Morgan Fry, Max Wallace, Zoe Evans the Cox. Lane 7 there will be Christ College number 1, Alex McEwen, Charlie Delling, George Cochran, Nicholas Brown and Jamie Burden the Cox. So just watch those guys thunder down. They're pretty even. That's the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls first heat. 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final. And it's just coming out of the middle there, Whakatipu. Just inside of them, Shirley Boys number 1 doing a good job. And then we would look at Christ College number 1 in lane 7. So those are the crews showing out their early days. But we come back to heat number 2 of the girls under 15 Cox quadruple 4. They're heading up towards 750 metres to go. And it is Rangiruru number 2 in lane 2. Out on the outside to lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Then we come back to St Andrews College number 1, those 3, and it is going to be very close between St Margaret's number 2 and Nelson College for girls for this final qualifying spot. Right. Thanks, Haggis. Just got your photo of you drinking a beer and Pomeroy's instead of working. So pleased to see that people are at home or wherever they are busy tuning into the live feed. That's fantastic. It's Rangiruru number 2 down here, though, doing a good job. We go back to the time in the first race there. St Margaret's number 1 went through in 7:55. Second was Rangi number 1 in 12 seconds behind them. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through in this particular heat. Second heat of the girls under 15 Cox 4. Boat length and a half to Rangiruru, then back to Christchurch Girls, and then it is just ahead of them now is, this is closing up between these crews. Look at that with St Andrews College on the outside, back inside to St Margaret's and Nelson College for girls. One of them's going to miss out. This is where the race is. It's pretty clear out the front that these two are going through, along with St Andrews, but I think between St Margaret's and Nelson College for girls, that's where the fun's going to be towards the end of this race. Into the 100 metres to go, we have now Rangiruru. 100 metres to go now for Christchurch Girls, number 1. Then we've got 2, 3, 4 boat lengths back to St Andrews. Nelson just pulling right up alongside St Margaret's. Remember, we've got 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. Nice job being done down here by Rangi number 2. Well coxed there by Grace O'Connor. Across the line they go. They've put some effort in there, and then over the line now goes Christchurch Girls. Then it's going to be St Andrews, and there's very little between Nelson College and St Margaret's. Who's going to go through? One's going to miss out, one's going to go through. St Andrews are coming through with 40 metres to go. They're going to go through and take the third spot and head through into the final. Up to the buzzer they go. St Margaret's just pushing again. St Margaret's have pushed a little bit further on Nelson Girls. Nelson going back at them at St Margaret's by a bellboy. Nelson coming right back at them on the line. It will be all... I think St Margaret's got there. St Margaret's might have got the spot over Nelson to go through to the girls under 15 Cox 4 in that second heat. We turn our attention back out to see the boys' first heat of the under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. Whakatipu in the lead from Shirley boys. 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go across into the final here. So good job here by this very strong Whakatipu crew, and they really aren't under any pressure. That's very tidy sculling from them. There's hardly a splash at the catch. They're coming out the finish very cleanly. That's a well-drew crew. They've been rowing together for a long time. They've got a boat length over Shirley boys. Then we go outside to Christ College, back inside to the crew from Christchurch Boys High School, and then the bucket hats are Dunstan down here in lane 2. Oh, so this is going to be a close finish as well. It's going to be Whakatipu going through tidily with Shirley Boys, but it's going to be between the crews from Christ College. 100 to go now. They're third. Oh, it's between Christchurch Boys High School and Dunstan for that fourth qualifier. So 50 metres to go. Whakatipu coming down by a boat length, gaining on the marsh. Shirley Boys going a little bit quicker, but both of them will go through, and the pressure is on Christchurch College from Christchurch Boys High School. So 1 and 2 have gone through. Third will be Christ College, but it is Christchurch Boys High School. They've got half a boat length over Dunstan. Christ go through in third. Christchurch Boys fourth. Fifth to Dunstan. Then we've got 3 boat lengths back to Burnside High School. That's the first heat of the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. Very little distance between them and the previous race. The second heat of the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls heading through 1,000 metre mark in lane 2. Shirley Boys High School number 2, Lachlan Rosser, Lewis, Hawkwood, Hamish McIntosh, Liam Wilson, Jasper Muir as the cox. In lane 3, Otago Boys High School number 1, Niall Alexander, Jack Scott, Alex Drummond, Harry Graham with George Anderson coxing. In lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Will Knight, Jackson Binney, Sean Templeton, Luca O'Malley, Phil Cox and Grayson Faulkner as the cox. In lane 5, Nelson College 1, Ted Callahan, Jackson Taylor, Ethan Steele, Ollie Locke and Zachary Irving coxing. In lane 6, quick turnaround for Cashmere High School number 19. Jimmy Middleditch is in there with James Martin, Sam Cleland, Oscar Clatworthy and Meg McDonald as the cox. So a little bit easier in some ways here. They've just got the 5 in this race for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. 1 to be eliminated. Just looking at the work that's been done out there by Cashmere out there in lane 6, back across to Christchurch Boys High School number 1. It's a very strong crew there from Christchurch Boys High School, coached by Tim Osmers. Then we come back across to, or not much between on the inside there, Otago Boys High School across to Nelson College. But further back we go to Shirley Boys number 2. And that looks like that might be the crew that might miss out unless they put the turbos on to get in touch with these other crews. Their best chances to push on Nelson College. Just waiting for a time. 6:48 they went through in that first boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. And they looked like they were doing it easily. Did Whakatipu. Both these two crews out in front of us now, Cashmere and Christchurch Boys, looking very well drilled, very clean in and out. Excellent display of sculling we've got from both these crews. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to the crew from Nelson College and Otago Boys, and then with 3 boat lengths back to the crew from Shirley Boys High School. Through 250 metres to go, Cashmere and Christchurch Boys well in control of this race. And really also their qualifying spot are Nelson and Otago Boys. They'll go through nicely. $100 metres for Cashmere. They've got about a boat length over Christchurch Boys. Maybe 2 as they come on down. $150 metres to go for Nelson and the crew from Otago Boys High School. Down to the line they go. Another couple of strokes for Cashmere and they'll take the buzzer. Boat length and a half over Christchurch Boys High School in second. Through to the final they go in the under 18, boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls. And joining them will be these 2 crews here. Nelson College, coxed by Zachary Irving, and George Anderson doing the coxing there in Otago Boys High School. Head on down to the line now, taking the buzzer another couple of strokes. Through they go, and just missing out there, unfortunately, for them will be Shirley Boys High School number 2. Girls under 18 coxless pairs, one of the feature events here at the South Island Secondary School Championships. They will all go through to the final in some high quality sweeping you will see out here from these pairs in lane 1. Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Alice Wallace and Phoebe Wallace, coached by Logan Keys. In lane 2, Millie Farrell and Hannah Wiley from St Margaret's College number 1. In lane 3, Queen's High School 1, Billy Askarud and Ella Edwards. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Georgie Bethel and Nicole Vance. In lane 5, Marlborough Girls College number 1, Lexi Timpson, Emma Flanagan. Lane 6, St Margaret's College 2, Nina Oliver and Michaela Donaldson. In lane 7, St Andrews College 1, Ashley White, Amy Hughes. In lane 8, Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Arabella Eklund and Polly Cross. They won't be going flat out today, but they'll be going through their paces, and when we get to see the final, you've got New Zealand junior rowers out here in this under-18 coxless pair. It's one of the events that the selectors are looking at, so when the finals come down to be decided later in the weekend, all eyes will be on these races. So lane 1 is Rangi number 1, and St Margaret's College right alongside them. Then we go across to Rangi number 2. Those are the 3 crews across right on the outside to Rangi number 3. So all will go through to the final. After this, we've got boys under 16 coxed 4. 2 heats of that. So if you're a novice parent or you're just a novice rower in your early stages of your career, take a moment to watch what you see coming down in front of you. You get another chance when it goes to the final. But high quality sweeping here from these ladies. In lane 1, Rangiruru number 1. Lane 2, St Margaret's number 1. And then we go across to lane 4, Rangi number 2. And then right on the outside there is Rangi number 3. Back into lane 5 is Marlborough Girls College number 1. Then we go to St Margaret's number 2. Then we go back outside to St Andrews College and down into lane number 2, which is St Margaret's College. These leading crews getting some fantastic run on their boats. You can see how much they're clearing their puddles by. Just starting to move up a little bit quicker in their rating in lane 4 is Rangiruru number 2. But just some fantastic sweeping out in front of us now as they head down through 250 metres to go. You see how cleanly they're catching, how cleanly they're coming out of the water and the run they're getting on their boats. Nice long strokes. So Georgie and Nicole doing it, coached by Adam Ling, doing a great job down 100 metres to go. Just kissing the boys as they go through there. Not easy to steer these boats. In second will be Alice and Phoebe Wallace from Rangiruru, coached by Logan Keys. Then back inside to the Holly Greenslade coached crew from St Margaret's College 1, Millie and Hannah. And then it'll be across to Rangi number 3, another Adam and Logan, both coaching Arabella and Polly there. So down we come to Rangi number 2 over the line now, and then Rangi number 1 just heading down to take the buzzer in about 2 strokes time. There they go. Then St Margaret's, across the Rangi again, back inside to St Marlborough Girls, then St Margaret's, then St Andrews, and then we'll see the crew from St Margaret's College head down here in lane 2. Second heat of the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls, won by Kashmir in a time of 6:42. So 6 seconds quicker they were than the first heat. So that will be one of the feature events this weekend, the boys under 18 coxed quadruple sculls, as will the one we've just seen, the girls under 18 coxless pairs. Boys under 16 cox 4, heat 1, they're underway. In lane 1, we've got James Hargis College 1, Callum Devery, Thomas Butson, George Browning, Kane Wilson, Noah Lucy as the cox. In lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Benson Winters, Lachlan Patterson, Spencer Allen, Harvey Moyle, Lachlan Dean coxing there. In lane 3, Christ College number 1, James Haddon, George Young, Geordie Paver, Will Richards and Jonty Gray, the cox. G'day to Hamish. In lane 4, it's Timaru Boys High School number 1, Peo O'Sullivan, Luke Tompkins, Mac Brown, Ben Allen, Finn Gollins coxing. In lane 5, Christ College number 2, Logan Connolly, Max Reedy, Finian Chan Allen, Will Donaldson and Ali Coles the cox. St Thomas's of Canterbury number 1 are in lane 6 with Darby Renata, Asaya Sevilla, Carter Baxter, Luca Damani and Carlson Fernandez the cox. And St Andrews College number 2 completing the field out there in lane 7, Jack McStay, Noah Fanine, Thomas White, James Steele, Olivia Dejoux the cox. 1, 2, 3 and 4 heading through to the final. The rest will be eliminated. And being under 16 boys, they'll be giving it everything that they've got. So we're looking for just, what have we got there? We've got 7 crews, so 3 are going to dip out. Not tip out, just dip out as they head on down. Oh, I think we might have a scratching there. Looks like 1 crew is not there. That would be lane number, is it lane 3? Is it Christ College number 1 not there? Looks like it might be. So we've got in lane 1, James Hargester there. In lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 2 are there. Then we go across to, in fact, there might be 2 crews missing. St Andrews College are out there in lane 7, back inside of St Thomas's. Then we've got Christ College number 2. Then we've got Timaru Boys High. It is Christ College number 1, don't appear to be there. And I don't see them scratched on the computer, so unless they didn't quite make it to the start or they've had a mechanical issue, they're not in this race. But leading is Timaru Boys High School. So leading from Christ College 2 they are. So Timaru, back to Christ College and the wee Arrowhead making its way down outside of them. We've got St Thomas's. Then we come back to Christ College number 2 in lane 2. Probably ahead of St Thomas's they would be. In fact, they might even be second. So that would be Timaru Boys, Christchurch Boys, 1 and 2. Then we go to Christ College number 2 and it might even be Christ College, St Andrews College number 2 outside of them. 1,000 metres to run they have in this first heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4. So this is race number 39. We'll be getting through to race 55 on this first session this afternoon. Last race due to go at 5:30. So still an hour and 15 minutes to run. Plenty of racing ahead of us as more and more people start to arrive. Good job being done out here at the moment though. We can see from the crew from Timaru Boys out there in lane number 4. So well ahead they are in this first heat of the boys under 16 Cox 4. They'd have 3 boat lengths now. They've really pushed on since the 1,000 metre mark. Second is Christchurch Boys High School down there in lane 2. Then we go across to Christ College number 2. Very little between St Andrews and St Thomas's out there in lane 6 and 7. Then back down to James Hargest in lane 1. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through. Looking like it will be well through. They will be Timaru Boys. Then it's going to be between Christ College and Christchurch Boys. Those 3 will go through. So the battle looks like it's going to be on the outside there between St Andrews College 2 and St Thomas's of Canterbury to head through. So Coach Daniel Ryan for St Thomas's and Josh Kelly, Harrison Jones Park coaching the St Andrews crews. They'll be watching. Breeze starting to come from the southeast there, just starting to zeph up a little bit. But well in front they are now. Look at this from the Timaru Boys High School crew. My goodness, that would be 4 boat lengths they've got over Christ College. Back inside to Christchurch Boys. Christ College will be a boat length or so in front of Christchurch Boys, doing a good job. But out on the outside though, it looks like it's St Thomas's with the advantage over St Andrews. St Andrews have got plenty to go if they want to have a crack at them, but they'll have to start thinking about when that happens soon. There, Cox sitting there, Olivia Dejoux, she'll have a plan to follow. battling away down there in lane 1 is James Hargest. So 120 metres to go now for this Timaru Boys High School crew. They've got a lovely run on their boat as they head to the red buoy line now. Then we go 5, maybe 6 boat lengths back to Christ College. Coming up alongside them now is Christchurch Boys High School. They've lifted. Then we go across to St Thomas's. There's a bit of work to do for you, St Andrews, if you want to go through. These look like the 4. 50 metres to run now for the crew from Timaru Boys. 100 metres to run for the crew from Christ College. Then we come back inside to the red buoy line. It's Christchurch Boys High School. Outside we go to St Thomas's, and then there's another boat length back to St Andrews. St Andrews got too much work to do to get through that 4th qualifying spot. Then we go back down to lane 1 will be James Hargis just battling away down there. Across the line there goes the crew from Timaru Boys. For joining them shortly is Christ College. Over they go now. 3 boat lengths back to Christchurch Boys High School. And then on the outside it is St Thomas's will take their 4th qualifying spot. Eliminated unfortunately will be the crew from St Andrews, as will be James Hargist. Second heat's on the line, and we're just to see whether this Christ College crew that dipped out in the first race, whether they're in there or not, because we're supposed to have in lane 2 Otago Boys High School 1, Judd Flannery, Henry Lucas, Timothy Dennison, Eddie Burgess, Cameron McFarlane, the Cox. In lane 3, St Andrews College 1, William Curry, Theodore Thomas, Max Barclay, John Reedy, Peter Blake, the Cox. In lane 4, Marlborough Boys College 1, Blake Campbell, Louis Girling, Jock Flanagan, Hamish Lindstrom, and Jack Straw, the Cox. In lane 5, St Bede's College 1, Bruno Dooley, Harry Kernane, B. Guerra, Hugo Van Hurrell, and Max Walsh, the Cox. In lane number 6, it's Waitaki Boys High School 1, Lachlan McLaren, Stuart Isbister, Jet Rogers, Lachlan Wright, and Thomas Isbister, the Cox. In lane 7 will be Christchurch Boys High School 1, Harry Cook, Riley Blanken, Harry Hegan, Ollie Browning, and Blake Robson. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews out there. So no, Christ College, not sure what happened there in the previous race. All the action's coming from St Bede's, and inside them is Marlborough Boys College. Christchurch Boys out there in lane 7, not too far off the pace either. This will be a close finish, I'm predicting here. The boys under 16, Cox 4, second heat. First heat will get you a time, 7:04 they went through in. Marlborough Boys ahead of St Bede's, then Christchurch Boys, then we go to Waitaki Boys, then we go to St Andrews, we go to Otago Boys. Very little between these crews. This will be close. It's looking like it's St Bede's and Marlborough Boys at the front at the stage. Way out there in lane 7 is Christchurch Boys High School. Then we go back inside to Waitaki, just a wee bit behind them. Those 4 starting to move away now from St Andrews College in lane 3. And then just ahead of them would be Otago Boys down there in lane number 2. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 to go through. So the 3 starting to emerge. It's Marlborough Boys, it's St Bede's, and it's Christchurch Boys. Who's going to join them? Advantage at this stage is Waitaki. Waitaki, though, might be under pressure from a bit of a splash there coming from Waitaki. They might have just clipped a buoy. Back inside to St Andrews in lane 3. They'll be looking to put pressure on them. And right alongside them is Otago Boys. It'll be close between those 3. So St Andrews down there in lane number 3, looking to put pressure on the Otago Boys. Outside, though, in the lead, though, we come to Marlborough Boys and St Bede's and Christchurch Boys High Schools. Those 3 crews starting to move away from the rest of the field. There'll be 2 boat lengths between them as we go back to Waitaki down there in lane number 6. Then it's across to St Andrews and Otago Boys just lifting down there in lane number 2. Those hands just going a little bit quicker as they start to come up alongside the St Andrews crew. St Bede's doing nicely out there in the middle of in lane number 5, along with Marlborough Boys. Christchurch Boys might just have the advantage, but these 3 looking really clear of the rest of it. As we hit back and have a look at the Waitaki Boys, they're just pushing through their Otago, trying to keep up with them as St Andrews. Nice and tidy from these 3 crews out in front of us. Christchurch Boys have got the advantage over St Bede's, over Marlborough Boys. They'll be racing for places. All three with nice runs on their boat. Oh, they just lifted out there in the outside lane. Christchurch boys just gone up a notch, looking to push through on St Bede's. St Bede's have responded. St Bede's just winding up. They are, St Bede's now. Starting to come through the middle of the course and starting to chase them down as Marlborough boys. So Christchurch boys went first. St Bede's followed them. And then it's Marlborough boys. It's a heat, but they're still at it. It's half a boat length to Christchurch boys as they come on down the line, finishing strongly. St Bede's will be in by for second. Then 3/4 of a boat length back to Marlborough boys. Fourth at this stage is sitting comfortably now with Waitaki boys, coxed by Thomas Ispista. They'll take the fourth spot to go through the final, and then it'll be down here with lane 2 and 3, unfortunately, for St Andrews and Otago boys. They'll be eliminated. Over in fourth now goes the crew from Waitaki boys. First one went through in 7:04. We'll check to see the time for the second one when it comes through. In the meantime, it is the first heat of the girls under 16, coxed 8. Christchurch Girls High School number 2 in lane 2. Charlie McCoy, Charlotte Wright, Maggie Smith, Izzy Abley, Ella Hill, Ella Keane, Meg Bates, Katie Veronese, Poppy Glavin, the Cox. A couple of good netballing names in there. I wonder if that's where their mothers are. Coaches Zoe McBride and Sophie Chapman. Lane 3, St Andrews College 1, Abby Hartstrong, Rosa Hill, Caitlin Stell, Sophia Drury, Jasmine Christie and Sophia Voice. Elia Short, Molly Thomas, Isabel Forsey as the Cox. In lane 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1 with Sophie Johnson, Izzy Jones, Kelly Quirk, Ella Harris, Ruby Guerra, Harriet Abbott, Samantha Parker, Greta Jenkins, Annabelle Williams is coxing them. In lane 5, St Margaret's College number 2, Jaslyn Young, Sarah Farrell, Tilly Rooks, Zoe Watson, Madeline Pugh, Jemima Jackson, Emma Scott, Charlotte Brown, Emily Fitzsimons as the Cox. And in lane 6, Marlborough Girls College 1, Bally Rayner, Elizabeth Bowen, Millie Van Rensburg, Izzy Brick, Abby Craig, Brooke Harper, Sophie Saggers, Grace Straker and Molly Wilkes is the Cox. Looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the final. That second heat of the boys under 16, Cox 4, went through a little bit slower than the previous one in 7:10, but I think those three crews got a little bit more to give. So we look out in front of us. So we got one crew's going to miss out here, unfortunately. St Andrews off to a good start, just outside of them, and leading now will be Rangiruru number 1. Then we go to Marlborough Girls College out there in lane 6, back inside to St Margaret's College 2. So the challenge will be for Christchurch Girls High School number 2. They'll be looking to chase down that St Margaret's crew as they head through the second 1,000 of the course. Coming up on the 1,000 metre camera now, you can see the boat length lead that Rangi number 1 have got. They'll be well guided there by Annabelle Williams. And then either side of them, you've got St Andrews College number 1 and St Margaret's number 2 as they head on through. Sorry, Marlborough Girls College would be third. St Margaret's number 2 just battling there with 4th and 5th with Christchurch Girls High School number 2. 2 heats of the girls under 16 coxed 8. Second heat due to go in 3 minutes' time. I think they'll be away early. They've got the orange light now. So these three crews just starting to create some distance between themselves and St Margaret's 2 and Christchurch Girls number 2. Rangiruru in front from Marlborough Girls College. Then we go back to St Andrews. So it looks like the advantage for the 4th spot is with St Margaret's number 2. Just falling a wee bit away there in lane 2 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. They've still got some water in front of them if they want to pin something magical. The advantage is with at the front there with Rangiruru and right next to them Marlborough Girls College. Third would be St Andrews. Then we go back to that St Margaret's crew we're talking about. Second heat's underway. First 250 metres they go through. Just starting to get into their work towards the end of the race and pull away now are the crew from Rangiruru number 1. The boat length now between them and Marlborough Girls College. St Andrews starting to move up alongside the Marlborough Girls crew, but they're all under control as far as going through to the final. And it looks like it will be St Margaret's number 2 with them. And the girls under 16 coxed 8. Race number 41 out in front of us now. Plenty of cheering coming from the growing crowd down by the lake as Rangiruru number 1 head up towards the red ball line with 100 metres to go. They go through that now. They've got a good nice advantage over Marlborough Girls out there in lane number 6, being coxed by Molly Wilkes. 100 metres for them, so they'd have a boat length themselves over St Andrews as they come down. 100 metres to go for St Andrews now, so 4th will be out there to St Margaret's. They've got it under control. Just a tandem rig in the bow there of that Rangiruru crew as they come down and take the line now. There goes the buzzer. And about a boat length and a half back to Marlborough Girls, and similarly boat length back to St Andrews, and then St Margaret's, and then to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. That second heat just about to hit through the 1,000 metre mark. And there we have in lane number 2, Villa Maria College number 1 with Sophie McSweeney, Lydia Murray, Pippa Karras, Ava Smith, Connie Fitzgerald, Caitlin Tier, Annika Palmas, Caitlin Strick, Ella Ralph is the cox. In lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Pippa Clark, Georgia Rumble, Abby Donaldson, Kate Manderson, Alexa Crosby, Micah Engelbrick, Kate Carney, Brooke Cooper and Liv Barnett coxing. In lane 4, St Margaret's College number 1, Cara Gooding, Kirko Flood, Ava Redmond, Lucy Todd, Olivia Hawkes, Anna Rutherford, Ain Leeson, Belize Macquarie, Bella Harris is the cox. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Marianne Allegra, Annie Ford, Annabelle Hance, Annabelle Glasson, Elsie Lowe, Harriet Matthews, Sophie Evans, Frankie Leggett, Poppy Jarman doing all the coxing there. And out there in lane 6, St Hilda's Collegiate number 1, Esther Whiteside, Sienna Hoare, Stella Deneen, Honor Garden, Liesl Tolson, Georgia Coburn, Georgia Graham, Lola Castles and Bonnie McGregor coxing. Second heat of the girls under 16 coxed 8, 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through, so just one that's going to miss out here. And that's looking a little bit like it could be Villa Maria number 1. They're a wee way back from the rest of the field. Leading out there in lane 4 is St Margaret's College number 1. Just outside of them in second place would be Christchurch Girls High School, though very little between them and St Hilda's. Then we go to Rangi number 2, and then probably 3 boat lengths back at this stage will be Villa Maria number 1. That first heat of the girls under 16, 8 going through in 7:15. So that was Rangiruru number 1, Marlborough Girls College 1, St Andrews College 1 and St Margaret's number 2, heading through from there into the final. Race after this will be the boys under 18 novice coxed 8. Looking for 6 crews there, they're all going through to the final. So racing for positions and times. And St Margaret's, coached by Stella Blake, doing a good job out here in the second heat of the girls under 16 coxed 8. Second would be Christchurch Girls, just marginally in front of St Hilda's Collegiate at this stage. Then we go 4th to Rangiruru and back to Villa Maria. Just a wee bit too much work to do there for Villa Maria, I think, with the second half of the course in front of them. Probably 750 metres to run for the leaders now. Up towards 500 metres, in fact, it would be very soon for Rangiruru as they head up there. Sorry, St Margaret's College, number 1. .300 metres to run now. Oh, just extending their lead. They are St Margaret's. There'll be 3 boat lengths in front now of Christchurch Girls High School. Rangiruru just pulling up alongside the crew from St Hilda's Collegiate. St Hilda's coached by Jazz McIntosh. And And back into fourth they go now with Rangiruru moving past them, and then back down to Villa Maria, number 1. Well in control they are, St Margaret's, as they head through. 100 metres to go. Out to a 4 boat length lead now they've got over Christchurch Girls High School. Then we go back to, not much now between Rangiruru and St Hilda's. St Hilda's going again. You'd think Rangi have got a little bit left to come. Then we've got a reasonable distance back to Villa Maria. But heading on down now to take the buzzer with 3 strokes left to go would be St Margaret's. Well coxed down there by Bella Harris. Across they go. Joining them through into the final of the girls under 16 coxed 8 will be Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Half a dozen strokes for them, and just taking into third, or easing into third, well, won't be easy out there, will be Rangiruru just ahead of St Hilda's. But these 4 crews heading through to the final, and just missing out unfortunately will be the crew from Villa Maria. Boys novice under 18 8s on their way down the course. Great sight to see. We can see those 6 crews out there in front of us now in lane 2. Shirley Boys High School 1, Joel Hemi, Daniel Cara, Jack Savage, James Jones, Tiaki Wakatini, Brennan Keane, Reef Wilson, Jack Stewart with AJ Jordan the Cox. In lane 3, Otago Boys High School number 1, Henry Chittick, Leo Burgess, Felix Frew, Harvey Brown, Munro Stewart, Tim Sinnott, Archie Colhoun, Andre Adams, Angus Perkins, the Cox. St Bede's College number 1 are out there in lane 4. Blake Earl, John D. Coburn, Christopher Guinea, Lucas Corcoran, George Kinder, G'day Steve, Alex Cowan, Jake O'Sullivan, Andy Pedersen and Dara Lynch as the Cox. In lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Ferdy Tan, Toby Dixon, Daniel Flazinski, Patrick O'Regan, Ben Walker, Viliamu Finau, Joseph Hassan, Bradley Hickford and Liam McPherson as the Cox. That second Christchurch Boys High School cruise out in lane 6, Will Cunningham, John D. Hickman, Prasad Prabhu, Leo Wren, Finn Taylor, Harry Hawkes, Billy Gooch, Lawrence O and Toby Brook the Cox. And Shirley Boys High School number 2 flanking the field, Tane Griggs, Oliver Bunn, Silas Freeman, Finn Lloyd, Jack Van Out, Brennan Flavel, Kylum Hell Van Out and Logan Skelton with Lachlan Marriott the Cox. As they head on down now, these crews are all going through to the final, but they'll be out there to see where they can get in the lanes. Right in the middle of the course, it is St Bede's College 1. They won the novice 8 at the recent New Zealand National Rowing Championships out here on Lake Ruataniwha, taking the Lindstrom Trophy with them. And showing right out in the middle of the course they are. Shirley Boys number 1 would be second. Then we go outside to Christchurch Boys High School 1. Just inside of Shirley Boys in lane 3 is Otago Boys. Then out to Shirley Boys 2. Inside from them would be Christchurch Boys High School number 1. But this well-drilled crew from St Bede's College leading out there. Probably half a boat length over Shirley Boys as they head through the 1,000 metre mark, and those 2 crews have got 3 to 4 boat lengths on the rest of the field. Those of you can see on the live stream can see that gap as the rest of the boats come up now to the 1,000 metre mark, and the first of those and then be in third position now would be Otago Boys High School. Then we go across to actually Shirley Boys number 2. Then we come back to Christchurch Boys High School. So 750 metres to run for this crew from St Bede's. Right on their shoulders is Christchurch Boys High School number 1 and Shirley Boys. Those are the 3 crews. This is the boys under 18 novice coxed 8. After this we then have a couple of heats of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. 3-4 heats in fact of the girls under 18 double sculls, and then into the boys under 17 double sculls. So plenty of sculling to come after these 8s have done their thing. 2 boat lengths in front now would be the crew from St Bede's. So got this well under control. Well back then to Christchurch Boys High School and then Shirley Boys, and then the rest of the field are following, which is Shirley Boys number 2, Christchurch Boys number 2 and Otago Boys down there in lane number 3. continuing to extend their lead is St Bede's College out here, being well coxed there by Dara Lynch. They'll be well drilled, coached by Scott Rogers. All their training out there in the Waimak. Heading through the last part of the red boys as they head up towards the yellow boys and 250 metres to go. They'd have 3 boat links, if not more, on these crews. Second would be Christchurch Boys High School, but very little between them and Shirley Boys. Then we've got 5 lengths back to the crews from Otago Boys down there in lane 3 on the outside to Shirley Boys, then back inside to Christchurch Boys. So they're all well spread out as they head down now. But heading towards the final later in the weekend, you'd have to say these boys are clear favourites from St Bede's. Some very tidy sweeping, 100 metres to go. Well-drilled crew. They've got that boat up out on the water, working very well they are as a crew. 50 metres to run for them, or thereabouts. Then it is between Shirley and Christchurch Boys for second as they come down to that 100 metre mark. It's Christchurch Boys going through. They'll have a boat length now over Shirley, so they'll be second, Christchurch Boys. Third to Shirley, taking the buzzer now is St Bede's. Those are your 3 leading crews. They'll come back to do it all again later in the weekend. Then we go back down. We have a look at Otago Boys in 4th. Shirley Boys number 2 would be out there in 5th. Then back to Christchurch Boys. Will complete the field. About 250 metres to run for that second Christchurch Boys crew at the moment. Over goes Christchurch Boys number 1. Over goes Shirley. Here comes Otago Boys. The 120 metres to run they've got in 4th position. $100 metres to go now for Shirley Boys number 2 and 5th. And then in behind them would be Christchurch Boys High School. Second heat of the girls under 16, coxed 8. St Margaret's number 1 going through in 7:19. Just wait to give you a time for the boys under 18, coxed 8. First heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls on their way through the first 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Columba College 1, Madison Lobb, Poppy Edmund. In lane 2, Dunstan High School 2, Sophie Tate, Poppy Turfin. In lane 3, Villa Maria College 1, Genevieve Christian and Eva Robinson. In lane 4, Twizel Area Schools, Sadie Mason and Kiara Thine. In lane 5, Burnside High School number 1, Olivia Wesley and Megan McMorrin. In lane 6, Southland Girls High School 2, Charlotte Klein and Ruby Watkinson. In lane 7, Nelson College for Girls 1, Marie Gondon-Ing and Zoe Dunstan. So we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. The rest, 3 and 4 rather, will go to the B final. Right out in the middle of the course, it's Twizel Area School. Geez, they've had a good season, Twizel. They'll be looking to carry on, but they're out there leading in the middle of the course in this first heat. So then we come back to Columba College in lane number 1. Then Dunstan High School in lane 2. Oh no, would be Villa Maria actually in lane 3. Then we go across to Burnside. So we're looking at Twizel. It might be Villa Maria and Burnside actually ahead of the crew from Columba. But Twizel got a very handy lead here. We go outside then to Nelson Girls. Back inside to Southland Girls there, I would think. This is the first heat. 1 and 2 to go through the A final. 3 and 4 to the B final. So head up to the 500 metre mark. They head through now. The last of the crews and past the 1,000, but heading towards 500 metres to go would be the Twizel crew. They would have a 2 boat length lead, I would think, over Burnside just outside of them. Then we go back to Villa Maria and then back to Columba. And then across to Nelson College, back inside to Dunstan. Just continue to extend this double from Twizel. Villa Maria just starting to come up alongside Burnside. And Columba trying to sneak through down there in lane number 1. Then it'll be very even between Nelson College, Southland College for Girls, Southland Girls High School rather, sorry, and Dunstan High School. So we've got the second heat is on the field, on the course. The girls under 18 novice double sculls. That's the second of 3 heats. Through the first 200 metres, they are now in lane 1, Mount Aspiring College 1, Ali Berry and Neve Twiname. In lane 2, Villa Maria College 2, Sophie Roche and Madison Dowling. In lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 2, Zara Dick, India Grace Leonard. Lane 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Amy Patterson, Sasha Key. Lane 5, James Hargis College 1, Mia Brown and Abby Brown, coached by Craig Brown. Lane 6, Craig Head Dawson, number 1, Libby Brown and Lucy Perry. And then out there in lane 7 of that second heat, which is just underway, Southland Girls High School number 1, Poppy Fraser Brown and Georgia Newton. But out here in the first heat, and with not too much to run, 500 metres to run, Twizel Area School, they have got 4 boat lengths, I would think, over Villa Maria, have now pulled ahead of Burnside. So Villa Maria in that second position, that's Genevieve and Eva, coached by Kevin Mates and George Johnson. Looking quite handy they are now. So Burnside will need to do some work there if they're going to get up and take that spot through into the A final. Well under control is this Calvin Maker coach crew from Twizel. Obviously making the most of having one of the best training facilities in the world. But 5 boat lengths they would have over Villa Maria. Starting to go again is Burnside, so I'm trying to put some pressure on Villa Maria. Down here in lane 1 is Columba, but they're just too far back. But they'll be looking to hold onto that spot to get themselves into the B final. Inside from them we go to Dunstan High School. Then we go across to Southland Girls. And just outside of them is the crew from Nelson College for Girls. Just out there in lane number 7. But this double from Twizel doing it very easily. Great conditions out there now for sculling, but there's just no splash coming off those blades at all when they go in and out. Nice and tidy. They've got a good run on their boat, and they are well in control of this race as they come down now with 120 metres to run. Big lead they have. 6 boat lengths they have over Villa Maria. Villa Maria just moving their hands and going a little bit quicker, making sure of themselves getting into the A final. They want to keep the second position. Third at this stage will be Burnside. Fourth would be Columba. They've got this one under control as far as going into a B final. Then we go to Dunstan, across to Southland and Nelson. Oh no, we've just lost an oar there in Villa Maria, and look at that, they've crabbed, looks like in the stroke seat, they're just trying to get under control on that oar, going straight past them now into second position as Burnside. They'll want to recover that as quick as they can, Villa Maria, to try and make sure of that third position, but they're still trying to get the oars under control. Twizel have done a great job to go through and win this first heat, and then going through into fourth position. Third position now will be the crew from Columba, and they're really struggling to get that oar under control from Villa Maria, but they just one more grab and you'll get it. Second, though, will now be Burnside. That's how things can change so quickly. They were looking out of it. They just kept on doing their thing, and they've gone through now in to take the buzzer, and second for Burnside through into the A final. Third will be Columba down here to go through, and joining them will be in the B final will be Dunstan High. Dunstan High have got a second spin at life. They've really cranked those hands up, and unfortunately for Villa, they're just really struggling to get hold of that oar, but doing their best to do it. Out there in lane number 6 is Southland Girls moving past, and Nelson. Well done, Villa. They've got their oar back. They'll get themselves over the line and finished. And delightful applause there from the crowd. Great to see, and really tenacious from that Villa crew, Genevieve and Eva, to make sure they got hold of it. And they'll get to complete this heat and hold their heads up high. It can be a cruel old sport, rowing, but they're going to finish strong as they can. Coming down to take the buzzer now will be Villa Maria. Well done, girls, to get yourselves finished in that first heat of the under-18 novice double sculls. Second heat is, as we called them, the crews on there. Lane 1, Mount Aspiring, Villa Maria 2, Avonside Girls 2, Whakatipu 1, James Hargis 1, Craighead Dawson 1, Southland Girls 1. Heading on down now, though, it is with the crew from Whakatipu. Well out in front they are, just like Twizel, not the same lead, but they're controlling it. That's Amy and Sasha, coached by Shane Muir. So again, looking for 1 and 2 to go through the A final, 3 and 4 into the B final. Oh, it's going to be close between the rest of them. It looks like it might be Craighead Dawson in second. Not much between them and James Hargis. Then we come across to Avonside Girls number 2 and Villa Maria number 2. So no doubt where number 1's sitting at the moment. That's with Amy and Sasha from Whakatipu, but then it's a lineup for the rest of the places. We'll let them progress because the third heat's on the course. We'll give you the crews for the third heat. In lane 1, it's St Kevin's College 2, Paige Strong, Katie Nelson. Lane 2, Twizel Area School number 2, Lucia Hayes and Hazel Henderson. Lane 3, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Florence Nelson, Mary Flatman. Lane 4, Ashburton College 1, Penny Harriet, Maddie Marshall. Lane 5, Ron Carley, College 1, Scout Fiskey, Maisie Jane Chapman. Lane 6, Kashmir High School 1, Karishma Bachu and Ava Flowerday. And Lane 7, Meridian College 1, Neem Devlin, Mila Harper. So this second heat makes its way down, 500 metres to run for the crew from Whakatipu. They're well in control. But look at this between the crews following them. It's between, it looks like, I'm pretty sure that's Avonside Girls down there. Yep, Avonside Girls, James Hargest and Craig Heddos. And between those three crews, one of them is going to end up in the A final and the other two are going to end up in the B final. So who will it be? Outside of Craig Heddos and its Southland Girls would be 3 boat lengths back from them, and right across the other side would be Villa Maria, and just back from them Mount Aspiring. So those three crews struggling a wee bit, but it was just seen in the previous race. You never know what can happen and you never give up because it can all come your way. But down there, out of the red boys for the last time and heading into the yellows will be Whakatipu. Looking very comfortable, and it is now a very similar lead for them that we saw for Twizel Area School in the first heat. In the girls novice under 18 double sculls, that first heat, 8:31 they went through in Twizel Area School. So advantage Avonside Girls at this stage, I think. Avonside Girls and Craighead just marginally ahead of the crew from James Hargest, Mia and Abby Brown. It's all done and dusted at the front if they can just keep going the way they are for the Whakatipu crew. Heading up towards the red buoy lines, 100 metres to go they are now. We're just watching what's taking place in front of us out there between Avonside Girls, Zara and India. Then we look at James Hargest, Mia and Abby, and then we look at Craighead with Libby and Lucy. So those three crews, 2 of them are going to the B final, 1's going to the A final. Who's it going to be? 50 metres to run for the crew from Whakatipu High School. Down they come, Amy and Sasha. Heading on through to the final of the girls under 18 novice double sculls they are. Over the line and taking the buzzer now they go. So Craighead's starting to put the pressure on, although Avonside have cranked up down there in lane number 3. So Zara and India have said, we want the A final. Through the 100 metres to go, they go now. Just starting to fall away are James Hargest, but you've got 100 metres, girls. Crank it up if you want to go. Get those hands moving and some power on the legs, but that's what's happening now for Avonside. It's Avonside and Craighead have responded. So Craighead out there, Lucy and Libby have decided to go. It's still advantage to Avonside to go through to the A final. They've got half a boat length, half a canvas over the crew from Craighead. They're coming back at them, Craighead, but I don't think they'll have enough course to run. It's half a canvas going out again as Avonside through to the A final. B final for Craighead. Joining them there will be James Hargest. Then we go some boat lengths back to Southland on lane number 7. Back inside down here we see a little race within a race between Mount Aspiring and Villa Maria. Very little between this little race here going between Mount Aspiring and Villa Maria. Plenty of shouting going on the line to get their team over the line. It looks like it'll be Mount Aspiring will just finish in front of Villa Maria to close out this race in the second heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Right behind them is the third heat. So there we've got St Kevin's in lane 2, Twizel lane 3. Sorry, St Kevin's lane 1, Twizel lane 2, Rangiruru lane 3, Ashburton lane 4, Roncalli lane 5, Kashmir lane 6, and Meridian College out there in lane number 7. But it's all with the Ashburton crew of Penny and Maddie, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. Again, as we saw with the previous 2 heats, we've got one clear leader, and it's with them. So second at this stage is Rangiruru. So Ashburton from Rangiruru, then across to Roncalli. Roncalli with those yellow gold blades showing out quite clearly. Then we go across to Marion, back inside then to Kashmir and right down to lane 2, Twizel Area School, and then St Kevin's number 2. So this final heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls, third heat of 4. Looking for 1 and 2 to go through. It's with Ashburton College at this stage. Where will this, again, a similar race here actually, because look at this between Rangiruru lining up with Roncalli, and just on the outside will be Marion. Marion have got the work to do, but you think it might be Rangiruru that will finish second here. What have you got, Roncalli, to chase them down? Just while they sort that one out between them, we'll give you the field for the fourth heat, which is heading through 500 metres now. And there we've got in lane 2, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Lydia Monk and Eva Hooper. In lane 3, Marlborough Girls College number 1, Olive Patterson, Georgia Marfell. In lane 4, Ashburton College 2, Ellie Thomas and Ruby Patterson. In lane 5, St Kevin's College 1, Aria Goodsir and Quinn Anderson. In lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Hazel Hall, Ella O'Brien. In lane 7, completing that field in the fourth heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls, Dunstan High School 1, Michaela Oliver and Lily Kane. So they're through 500 metres. With less than 500 metres to run now, we have got this crew from Ashburton. They just take a look around the pair of them and look at where the boys are. They can see they've got 250 metres to go. So 4 boat lengths back we go to Rangiruru. Then we've got a boat length and a bit back to Roncalli. So who will join them in the B finals? Looking like it might be Marion out there in lane 7. Then back to Cashmere. Then we come back to Twizel. Then inside to St Kevin's College down there in lane number 1. Up to the red buoy line they come, Ashburton College. Just look around to have a quick look. Does the lady in the bow. There you go. You've got 100 metres to go. 5 boat lengths they've got over Rangiruru. They'll in turn would have 2 boat lengths over Roncalli, maybe a boat length and a half. So Rangi looking like they'll head through to that A final, but we'll just let them get over the line first so we're sure after what we've seen earlier. Keeping the effort on is the Ashburton crew as they come up now to take the buzzer, looking to finish as quick as they can. But all under control. Through the A final they go. They'll be happy with that. Following them down through with 70 metres to run would be Rangiruru. Third is Roncalli. Fourth is Marion. Just down to take the buzzer now in second position is Rangiruru. Through to the A final they go. And then Roncalli going through in third. 8:34 for the second heat of the girls novice under 18 double sculls. That's the third heat finish. Just going across the line now is Marion. Cashmere coming down now, 50 metres to run. Then it'll be Twizel and St Kevin's to join. A lot closer in the fourth heat as it's into the second half of the race. We can see the lead there is with Marlborough Girls College down there in lane 2. Again, I got a good handy lead, but it's very close between the rest of them, which is Ashburton College. Then we go across to Avonside Girls. Right outside Ashburton is St Kevin's. Right alongside them is St Andrews. Then there's a bit of a, or maybe 2 boat lengths back to Dunstan High School. So plenty of time left for those chasing crews to hunt down Marlborough Girls, get themselves a spot through to the A final. This is the fourth and final heat of the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Race number 47 for this Friday afternoon of the 2023 Meridian South Island Secondary Schools Rowing Championships. As I look across the grass, I can see 1 or 2 items of rubbish. Please make sure they're not yours, and if they are, pick them up, put them in a bin or take them with you. So just owning their lead out there in lane 3, Marlborough Girls College. Heading through 500 metres to run. Olive and Georgia, coached by Mike McManaway and Craig Harper. Outside of them is St Kevin's, but just looking at Avonside Girls down there in lane 1, starting to put some pressure on that St Kevin's crew. In fact, they'll be second. Outside, we then go to actually Ashburton College and St Kevin's, very little between them, but I think it is second with Avonside Girls. Then we go outside to St Andrews. So those are the crews. Just too much work to do for Dunstan High School at this stage. We're starting to close up, isn't it, between Avonside Girls, Ashburton and St Kevin's. We could have a close finish between those crews. Ellie and Ruby from Ashburton. Aria and Quinn from St Kevin's. And Lydia and Eva doing the job down there in lane 1 for Avonside. All 3 of those crews are still chasing Olive and Georgia from Marlborough Girls. Just moving into second now would be Ashburton. They had a wee look round at Avonside Girls. They've got some work to do. You've got 300 metres or so to do it in. So in fourth position is St Kevin's. They've got some work to do as well. So just starting to close a wee gap. There they are, the Ashburton and crew on Marlborough Girls. They've still got it in control, but they won't want to be complacent as they head out of the red boys for the last time into the gold boys. It's Marlborough Girls College leading in lane 3. Moving up alongside them is Ashburton College. Not much between Ashburton College and Avonside Girls, and it's still St Kevin's be the next to the rest. Got a time for heat 3. That was 8:34. So we're in the 8:30s for these heats of these girls under 18 novice double sculls. Well, it's very close to an Ashburton, and they've gone again, Avonside Girls. She just looks across in the stroke seat, does Ellie from Ashburton College, and sees where Avonside is, and Avonside have just returned the favour. So they're eyeballing each other. The coaches would rather just stuck their heads in the front of them and just kept going and put some pressure on the legs to get themselves through. 100 metres to go now for Marlborough Girls. They've got this under control as they come down now with that. Will be 80 odd metres to go now. They've just lifted and gone now of Ashburton, and so have Avonside. Oh, it's a ding-dong going here between these two crews. One's going through the A final and one's not, and both of them are starting to gain on Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls have still got a boat length, but there's very little in between Avonside and Ashburton. Ashburton look across again. They've got a bow ball now in front. They're moving out to half a canvas, have Ashburton. They've started to get a run on their boat. They're both gaining on Marlborough Girls, but Marlborough Girls goes through, takes the buzzer now, out to half a boat length on the line as Ashburton to take the second qualifying spot, and in third will be Avonside Girls. On the outside and fourth will be St Kevin's to take the B final. So winning there, Marlborough Girls second to Ashburton College. They just got that run going in the last 50 metres to get themselves through and give us the last finalists in the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Boys under 17 double sculls heading into the second half of the course. Well into it they are now in lane 1, Cashmere High School 1, Patrick Clark, Harry Pearce. Lane 2, Ashburton College 1, Geordie McGillan, Isaac Carr. Lane 3, Nelson College 1, Ted Callahan, Ethan Steele. Lane 4, John McGlashan College 1, Oliver Hamilton, Angus Lowe. Lane 5, Whakatipu High School 2, Keegan Green, Toby Rorison. They were racing a quad not long ago after this. Lane number 6, Shirley Boys High School 2, Lewis Hawkwood, Hamish McIntosh. And in lane 7, Kings High School 1, Alex McKeever and Charlie Melville. It's right out in the middle of the course there. It looks like it is it? Yeah, John McGlashan, the red bucket hats on. They've got a nice handy lead here of Oliver and Angus, coached by Dylan Davis and Millie Davenport. Well out in front they are. Second would be Whakatipu. Then we come across to Nelson College and Ashburton College. So those are the four. We're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final, 3 and 4 to the B final. This is the boys under 17 double sculls. This is the first of 4 heats here on day 1 of the South Island Secondary School Rowing Championships. North Island Secondary School Rowing Championships taking place concurrently at Karapiro. They start a little bit early today, a few more numbers there. Nice tidy effort here from John McGlashan. They're well out in front. There'll be 4 boat lengths in front of that Whakatipu crew. So those 2 crews enjoying these great conditions for sculling. Well, it's going to be close actually. Look at this. So the crew from Nelson College is really moving up along, looking to move up alongside Whakatipu, and chasing them down is Ashburton. So Ashburton there with Isaac Carr and his white bucket hat, or white flannel hat, sitting in the stroke seat of the Ashburton College sculling double, looking to chase down the Nelson double, and then we go outside to Whakatipu. The advantages with Whakatipu though, they got a bit of a run on their boat and looking to chase down the John McGlashan double, but look at that, there's 4 to 5 boat lengths between John McGlashan and Whakatipu, 1 and 2 there. So Nelson, what can you do to chase down Whakatipu? Ashburton, you've got some work to do as well. They're starting to line up those 3 crews to head up through the 250 metre mark. We might see on the camera what the difference is. I think Whakatipu got the advantage. It's hard to tell on the angle, but it's all John McGlashan out in front. The fun's going to come for the minor money. 120 metres to run for John McGlashan. 1 and 2 to go through to the A final of the boys under 17 double sculls. 100 metres for them to go now. Nice run, moving smoother they are, John McGlashan. But Whakatipu, Nelson and Ashburton lining up for 2, 3 and 4. The advantage is still with Whakatipu as they come down 120 metres to go. 50 metres to go for John McGlashan. They've cranked it up even in the last 50 metres. Look at them, head down, head right in front, looking very similar, those two, like twins. Well rode. Nice sculling from those two gentlemen to go through into the A final. Advantages here with Whakatipu. Cranking up our Ashburton. Cranking up our Nelson, but they've left it too late. It's going to be through to the B final for them. Whakatipu just easing on down as they come down to the line. They've got a boat length and a quarter as they go through and take the buzzer. They'll be second. On the line, third will be Ashburton. Fourth will be Nelson. In this first heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. Then we'll go back on the inside lane to Kashmir, over across to Kings, and then back to Shirley boys. Second heat in through 500 metres. John McGlashan College number 3 in lane 1. Otis Roran and Ruby Ellison. In lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Tame Borthwick and Joseph Wood. In lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1, Ollie Eden and Noah Visser. In lane 4, Whakatipu number 1, Ashton White, Xavier Small. They'll be strong, that double. In lane 5, Otago Boys High School 2, Archie Chittick and Ryan Egan. In lane 6, Timaru Boys High School number 2, Max Henry Clayton and Mackay Sparks. And out there in lane 1 will be Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Jack Bond, Harry Galvin. And you can see that it is out of lane 4, which is Whakatipu as we look down the course. Whakatipu, and then across to Christchurch Boys. Then we'd have just outside of Whakatipu, Otago Boys number 2. Then Shirley Boys and Cromwell College, but very little between those leading crews. But Whakatipu would have a boat length over the rest of the field, I would think, at this stage. So again, looking for 1 and 2. This will be a closer heat. There'll be a bit of fun to be had at the finish of this one. Second heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. Almost perfect conditions for these gentlemen to scull down. So it is Whakatipu and Christchurch. Boys just doing a nice handy job out there trying to hide out there in lane 7, Jack and Harry, coached by Tim Osmers. They'll be strong. Those are the two crews showing at this stage. They'll be looking to secure those spots. The challenge will come from Timaru Boys. Otago Boys ahead of Timaru Boys. Then Shirley Boys. So there's some real strength across this field. Then Cromwell College, then John McGlashan. So 1 and 2 at this stage, looking like it is with Whakatipu and Christchurch Boys. The challenge for them will come from Otago Boys and Shirley Boys. Although both those crews have got some work to do. The third heat's underway. And that third heat we've got in lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Harris Steele, Bryn Hall. Lane 3, Dunstan High School 1, Leon Morris, Nicholas McIntosh. Lane 4, Timaru Boys High School 1, Blake Parker, Josh Bartlett. Lane 5, Kashmir High School number 10, James Martin, Angus McKenzie. Lane 6, Otago Boys High School 1, Charlie Tisdale and Jed Tisdale. And then in lane 7, St Thomas's of Canterbury 1, Felix Barr and Michael Zhang. So they are through 250 metres, heading towards the 500 metre mark in that third heat. 750 metres to run in the second heat out in front of us, and it's with Whakatipu leading over the crew from Christchurch Boys. Shirley Boys look to have made a move in the last couple of hundred metres, just moving up alongside, if they can, Christchurch Boys, and then taking Otago Boys with them. So those four crews starting to move out. That looks like where it might be where the 1 and 2 and the 3 and 4 come from. It's just going to be a matter of what order and who's going to finish strongly. Just looking nice out there in lane 7 with a good run is the crew from Christchurch Boys High School, starting to move into that second position on their own, heading up towards the leading crew, Whakatipu. Shirley Boys and Otago Boys chasing them. Just through a slight windy patch they go. But they're starting to move away, these two crews, Whakatipu and Christchurch Boys High School. But much work to do now for Otago Boys and Shirley. They've still got 350 odd metres to run, but these two crews doing some good work. Coached by John Morrison as the Whakatipu crew, Ashton and Xavier. They would have a couple of boat lengths, maybe a boat length and a half on in Christchurch Boys. Similarly then back to Otago Boys. And just falling into fourth now would be Shirley Boys as they head up past their supporters. Then we go back to the crew from Timaru Boys number 2, back inside to Cromwell and John McGlashan number 3. early lead with Timaru Boys High School number 1 and Otago Boys number 1 back in the third heat as that heads up to the 1,000 metre mark. But out in front of us, less than 250 metres to run for Whakatipu. Controlled this race from early on. And just look at that run they're getting on their boat just as they get to the catch and they drive away and then just let the boat run. Look at that, they're not rushing up the slide. The boat's doing all the work. Great exhibition from those two scullers. They make it look easy. Look, they've got plenty of time. On the outside there, you've got in second position Christchurch Boys. Then third, we come to the crew from Otago. And then they look like they go through the B final along with the Shirley Boys. Less than 100 to go. Great exhibition of sculling from these doubles out in front of us. Plenty to watch and like there. Christchurch Boys doing their job. They've got second. These two crews going through to the A final. And they look like they've got plenty left in the tank. 5 boat lengths back then to Otago Boys. They'll go through to the B final and take with them Shirley Boys. And 100 metres to run now for Timaru Boys number 2. And then back inside we go to Cromwell College and John McGlashan down here in lane 1. First heat of the boys under 17 double went through in 7:18. Just as we talk about the perfect conditions, we get a little gentle zephyr come up from the southeast. It's making a bit of a nuisance of itself. Back into heat 3. Well into the second half of the course they are as Timaru Boys lead them down. Otago Boys just out there in lane 6 putting pressure on them. Again, we're looking for 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. And this is the third heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. Poking their nose in between those two crews would be Cashmere. And then we go a wee way back to Dunstan High School, St Andrews College, and then on the outside to St Thomas's out there in lane 7. So these three crews just shortening up the lead between Timaru Boys and Otago Boys as Cashmere, James and Angus just push up alongside Otago Boys. They'll be looking to put pressure on them and take their second qualifying spot. Dunstan looking like they might get the B final spot at this stage. There's a wee bit to run though, and St Andrews aren't out of it as they head through 350 metres left to run. And it is still with Timaru Boys, Blake and Josh, coached by Brian Smith. Just moving closer along inside them as Cashmere and Otago Boys. Heading up to the 1,000 metre mark is that fourth heat of the boys under 17 double sculls, and in that fourth heat we've got in lane 2 St Bede's College 1, Jamie Warren Thompson and Callum Moore. Lane 3 Burnside High School 1, Morgan Fryer and Max Wallace. In lane 4 St Kevin's College 1, Cody Marshall, Zeke Goodsir. Lane 5 John McGlashan College 2, Henry Bowring, Charlie Curran. Lane 6 Nelson College 2, Tom Irvine, Aaron Duval. And in lane 7 Whakatipu 3 Sebastian Watson, Toby Tredagaiga. It looks like it's happening early days out there with St Kevin's College 1 and John McGlashan, and then out to Whakatipu 3. But not much in it with those crews. St Bede's College thereabouts too, as is Burnside, so that'll be close to this stage. We come back out here and have a look at heat number 3 through 250 metres. They've led most of the way, have Timaru Boys High School, and in that last 100 metres, Cashmere have just done a nice piece of work to move up alongside and past the Otago Boys crew. So Otago Boys, the Tisdalls, have a bit of a look round. They've got some work to do if they want to chase down this Cashmere crew, because Cashmere have done some good work to get themselves into second. Can they hold it? Just looking stronger now are the Timaru Boys crew. They've upped their rating, got a nice tidy rating going, those two. Very clean in and out. Nice run on their boat as they come 120 metres to go. They've still got 2 boat lengths maybe on Cashmere, are still moving well. Gone past Otago Boys. Are Otago Boys going to respond? There's only a boat length between those two crews. Otago Boys lifting again, just looking over their shoulder. Heads down, they're pushing hard on the legs. They'll try and chase down the Cashmere crew, but they've got done the work, Cashmere. 50 metres to run now for Timaru Boys. Blake and Josh in this third heat as they come on down now. A couple of strokes left to take the buzzer. Well done, gents. Through to the A final you go, and nice work there in that last half of the race by Cashmere to pick up that second qualifying spot over the top of Otago Boys, who'll go through into the B final. And then working down here is Dunstan, Leon and Nicholas. They're in fourth, less than 100 metres to run for them. Bit of a splash there from St Thomas's. They're in 5th position, but it'll be the fast finishing Dunstan crew. Look at them, they just crank those hands up and doing the best they can. Really winding it up, Dunstan. They're going to get themselves through to the B final. Nice strong finish from Dunstan High School, and then completing the field will be St Thomas's and the crew from St Andrews College. So what do we got? 7:31 for the second heat. So a little bit slow. That first heat, 7:18 was the best so far. Just looking at that fourth heat unfolding in front of us. Out there in lane 7, Whakatipu doing a good job. But it's St Kevin's, Cody and Zeke, coached by Ivan Doherty, doing a great job out there. There would be not much between those two crews, between Whakatipu and St Kevin's. Again, this is the fourth heat, so we're looking at 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. This is race 51. Just 4 more races to go after this, which will be the girls under 17 single sculls. 4 heats of those. That'll close out this first session of the South Island Secondary School Championships. Out here, though, the final heat of the boys under 17 double sculls. It's with Whakatipu out there in lane 7. They've got the advantage over St Kevin's in lane 4. Both crews looking very comfortable to go through to the A final. The chasing pack being led by Burnside. Outside of Burnside, on the left-hand side is St Bede's. On the right-hand side is John McGlashan. Then we go back to Nelson College. Please, if you've finished for today, please pick up your rubbish. Use the bins provided or take it with you. It was all clean and tidy when we got here, so let's leave it that way. So nice and clean out there is St Kevin's and Whakatipu. Into third now is Burnside, looking like they'll get that spot to go through to a B final. St Bede's just drawing up alongside and past the crew from John McGlashan to get themselves into the same B final, would look like at this stage. Just moving past Whakatipu now is the crew from St Kevin's. Strong sculling from both these crews. Looks across the bowman from Whakatipu does. Sees where they are. They're both well clear of the rest of the field. There'll be 5 boat lengths back to Burnside now. Burnside moving well clear of the chasing pack. And St Bede's now starting to put some distance between them and the 5th place John McGlashan crew. So 100 metres to run now for St Kevin's. 100 metre for Whakatipu. And they're just cranked up again. Have St Kevin's just up their rating. Bit of more pressure on the legs. Got that boat moving nicely. Look at the run they've got on there. Nice, sitting nice in top of the water it is. And Whakatipu, half a boat length between them. They look across and see, yep, well, we've done enough to get through to the A final. That'll do us. We'll ease off. We've got some more racing to go. Out to 3/4 of a boat length it goes. The buzzer now to St Kevin's. Over the line goes Whakatipu. Those two through to the A final. And Burnside doing a nice tidy job to finish well clear here in third. They'll get through to the B final. And joining them in that will be St Bede's. 50 metres to run for St Bede's. Over goes Burnside. Here comes St Bede's to take the 4th spot. Then it'll be John McGlashan. And on the outside to Nelson College. Third he went through in 7:29, so still the very first heat was the fastest in 7:18. Hopefully this breeze just stays where it is or dissipates just for these last 4 singles races for the under 17 girls. In the under 17 single sculls in heat 1. In lane 1, Southland Girls High School 1, Thea Hoyle. In lane 2, Burnside High School number 2, Katie Mitchell. In lane 3, Ashburton College 1, Rosa Armstrong. Lane 4, Roncalli College 1, Sahana Ainsley Udemans. In lane 5, St Andrews College 1, Greta Tavendale. Lane 6, Verdon College 1, Kate Tiara. And in lane 7, it's Timaru Girls High School number 1, Alana Berry Rankin. As they are heading up through 1,000 metre mark they are. Just see who we can pick up. A little bit spread out they are, but right out there in lane 7, it's Timaru Girls doing the job. So we're looking for 1 and 2 to go at the A final, 3 and 4 through to the B final. So it then comes back inside to Ashburton College, Rosa, and then Roncalli. So Ashburton and Roncalli right alongside each other. They'll be second and third. The leaders with Timaru Girls. Then we go back inside to Burnside High School. That'd be just inside of Ashburton. Although just ahead of her is Thea from Southland Girls. Then it is Kate from Verdon College. So still with, it is out there in lane number 7, Alana Berry-Rankin from Timaru Girls High School. Then we go across to Ashburton College. Then it is Ron Carley. Then we look to Southland. Then we look to Burnside. And then it is Verdon. Sorry, St Andrews, then Verdon would be the way they are. That's heat 1 of the girls under 17 single sculls. Well into the second half of the course they are. Through the first 500 metres, or into the first 500 metres as the second heat. In lane 2, Mount Aspiring College 1, Annie Wells. That was due to go at 5:20. They're well ahead of time down there. We'll be finishing a little bit early tonight. So, in lane 3, Ashburton College 2, Sophie Gibson. In lane 4, Whakatipu High School 1, Neve Bates. Lane 5, Timaru Girls High School 2, Ella Inch. Lane 6, Meridian College 1, Olivia Toomey. Lane 7, Craighead Dawson number 1, Nadia Vandenbosch. So, 500 metres gone in that race. Very even from this distance. Looking out to heat 1, heading up towards 750 metres to run. A nice rowing coming here in lane 1 from Southland Girls. Thea Hoyle, she's just doing her own thing down there in lane 1 and starting to push through. Rosa Armstrong out there in lane 3 from Ashburton College. We'll want to keep an eye on that. They're still looking to see if they can move past Alana Berry-Rankin from Timaru Girls High School, and I think they might have done too. So drawing up alongside Timaru Girls is Ashburton College. Nice piece since the 1,000 metre mark from Rosa Armstrong. Back inside from her is Ron Carley. That is Sahana. Then we go to St Andrews. So it's looking like it's Ashburton now in the front. Ashburton pushed ahead of Timaru Girls. Ashburton, Timaru Girls, then Ron Carley. But Southland Girls moving up alongside Ashburton. Well, it's a nice piece she's done down there since the 1,000 as well, Thea. So it's very close between these single scullers in the first heat of the under 17 single sculls. Good work coming through in the last 1,000 metre mark from both Ashburton and Southland. The lead was with Timaru Girls out there in lane 7 for the bulk of the race, but they're just starting to push through. So can she hang tough? The fourth one chasing is from Ron Carley. So we've got Ashburton, we've got Southland Girls, we've got Timaru Girls, very little between them. Then we go back inside to Ron Carley, then to Burnside, then across to St Andrews, then we come back to Verdon, and then it would be, yep, that'll do. We've got everybody. Good, they're all out there. But it's looking at this wee battle now starting to emerge now between Ashburton and Southland Girls. Just both of them have pushed through on Timaru Girls. It's not easy out there in that outside lane when that wee breeze came up. They've gone through a bit of a patch, these ladies. So it is Ashburton and Southland Girls, those two. Third is with Timaru Girls out there in lane 7. Then we come back inside to Ron Carley. Those are the 4. Remember, it's 1 and 2 through to the A final. 3 and 4 through to the B final. Fourth heat of the boys under 17. Double sculls 7:42, so the times were going out through those 4 heats, which tells us that the breeze has got up and the course has slowed. So not easy out there. Just getting a little bit breezier, not too bad, but different to what it has been. But we can see now Southland Girls, she's just really worked hard down there in that inside lane since the 1,000. She's now pushed through on Ashburton, has Thea Hoyle, coached by Danny Young. Just a nice example of how incremental improvement can get yourself out in front. So what will the response be from Rosa Armstrong from Ashburton College? So it's these two crews. She's still hanging out there in lane 7 as Alana Berry-Rankin. She's a very experienced sculler, and she's just moved those hands and cranked up. These 3 scullers starting to come down now. So Thea's done all the work. What she got left? So Alana Berry-Rankin out there in lane 7 starting to put pressure back again on the Ashburton sculler. These 3 scullers going for 2 positions into the final. Fourth at the moment is Ron Carley. There doesn't look anyone else will get closer to them. We go back then to St Andrews, back inside to Burnside, and right out there in lane 6 is Verdon. But she's gone back again now. It has Alana Berry-Rankin. She's putting pressure on the sculler from Ashburton and looks across. 100 metres to go now for Southland. Thea Hoyle, she's in front now. The 100 to go. 100 to go for Ashburton, just ahead of Alana Berry-Rankin. It's going to be between the second and third. First is all under control with Southland Girls. It's between Ashburton and the Timaru Girls sculler. So out there in lane number 7, she's gone again. Rosa's gone again down here in lane 3. It's a boat length in front for Southland Girls, but it's between Ashburton and Alana Berry-Rankin from Timaru. Still with Ashburton. Oh, she's got to run on a boat now on the outside lane from Timaru Girls. Over the line goes Southland. Timaru Girls by half a canvas over the line to take second and through to the final. Third to Ashburton. What a finish from those 3 girls. Great racing. They've gone backwards and forwards in the lead, but it's won eventually by Southland Girls, Thea Hoyle. Second goes to Timaru Girls. Third to Ashburton College. And then down here in lane number 4 will be Ron Kiley to take the 4th spot through to the B final. Then we go back to lane 2, Burnside, and then into St Andrews College number 1. And then it will be just a few battles down there in lane 6 for Verdon College to complete the field. Millsy, you should have come on later. All the close finishes are on now. Lane number 2. Heat number 2. Spiring College. Ashburton College. Whakatipu. Timaru Girls. Marion College. Craighead. It's Ashburton College. Sophie Gibson. She told you what she had lined up, Ross. Let's see how it comes to fruition. Whakatipu number 1 is out there in lane 4, but have a look out there in lane number 7. It's Nadia van den Bosch from Craighead, a very experienced sculler. We just saw what Alana Berry-Rankin did out there in lane 7. She led for most of the way and got herself over into second just to get that second spot, but it's with Sophie Gibson. Sophie Gibson is leading from Neve Bates from Whakatipu. Then we go across to Craighead Diocesan, back down into Annie Wells from Mount Aspiring College. She's down there in lane 2. Then we go out to Marion College, Olivia Toomey, back inside to Timaru Girls High School number 2. So same as we had before. 1 and 2 will go through into the A final in this second heat of the girls under 17 single sculls. 3 and 4 through into the B final, but it's with Sophie Gibson. Sophie Gibson is leading them down. And then we go back to Neve Bates from Whakatipu and to Craighead Dawson, Nadia van den Bosch. Some experienced and tough scullers out there. It's a boat length to Sophie Gibson over Nadia van den Bosch, and from Whakatipu, Neve Bates. Then we go a long way back to Mount Aspiring. Annie Wells looks like she'll take that 4th spot into the B final if she stays where she is now. Out to Marion College. Still on that. First heat, what did it go through in? First heat, the girls under 17s, just waiting for a time. They'll want that race to complete. It's just completed now. Very long stroke from Sophie Gibson. She's working really hard in there. She's got the lead. She's not long ago had her under 16 race. Now she's raced the under 17. Less than 100 metres to go. Looking very determined in that scull, and she's still picking up the rating. Out there, though, in lane number 7, it's Nadia van den Bosch from Craighead. So it's Craighead and Whakatipu fighting out for second. First is going to be Ashburton. She's got 70 metres to run, has Sophie, but it's still Nadia's starting to go again, trying to chase down the girl. Oh, she's look at that. The hand speed there from Neve Bates. She's just gone up a notch from Whakatipu. She's making sure of it. She's gone through half a boat length in front of Nadia van den Bosch. Over the line to take the buzzer is Ashburton College, but the Whakatipu, oh, she's fighting to again is Craighead, but it's going to be half a boat length to Whakatipu. Oh, 70 metres ago, she just moved the hands and went. She's taken it through into second. She'll go through into the A final. Third will be Nadia van den Bosch from Craighead to go through to the B final. And joining her down here will be Annie Wells from Mount Aspiring College in lane 2. Then we'll go out to Marion College, and back it will be just inside of her to Timaru Girls number 2. So we're still waiting for a time for that first. I don't think we'll use that time. It says 6:03. So unless they've got a TARDIS, that won't be right. So we'll have a look at heat number 3. Heat number 3 is making its way down the course. Through the first 1,000 metres they go, and they've let heat number 4 go as well. So heat number 3 in lane 2, St Hilda's Collegiate 1, Olivia Ollerenshaw. Heat number lane 3, Otago Girls number 2, Olivia Caulfield. Lane 4, St Margaret's College 1, Nina Oliver. Lane 5, Marion College 2, Anna McEwen. Lane 6, Burnside High School 1, Sam Rankin. Lane 7, Whakatipu High School 2, Mia Pagan. 1 and 2 to go through to the A final. And then we'll look at 3 and 4 to go through the B final. So we've got a bit of separation out there, but there's 4 scullers clearly in front. That's St Hilda's Collegiate. And then we look at St Margaret's, and then Burnside and Whakatipu. So not much between them, but it's Olivia Ollerenshaw from St Hilda's Collegiate well out in front there by about a boat length over St Margaret's, which is Nina Oliver. Not much between Nina and out there into Burnside, which is Sam Rankin, and then right alongside her, just not too far, much further back, is Mia Pagan from Whakatipu. So these are the 4 scullers. We're going to get 1 and 2 through to the A final, 3 and 4 to the B. It's that inside lane, isn't it? St Hilda's Collegiate, coached by Bridget MacArthur. Just moving up alongside her, Nina Oliver, coached by George Keys. And then right alongside her, Sam Rankin, coached by Rob Mates and Molly Mates. So some work to do out there in lane 7 for Mia Pagan from Whakatipu. But it is with St Hilda's. So as they come down, we'll just give you the final heat and the final race of the day. Race 55, due to go at 5:30. Starters must have an appointment. It's gone at 5:20 plus, not much more. So lane 2, Cromwell College 1, Hannah Dicey. Lane 3, St Hilda's Collegiate 2, Maggie Dowling. Lane 4, Otago Girls High School 1, Maggie Hepburn. Lane 5, Queen's High School 1, Billy Askarad. Lane 6, Mount Aspiring College 2, Abby Peterson. And lane 7 is Waitaki Girls High School 1, Emma Spittle. And she's out in front. She'll be tough to beat in that race. She's out in the outside lane, but she'll be... Yep, she's out there leading, and it looks like maybe the middle lane's just chasing her down. So we'll come back to that one. That's heat number 4 into the second half of the course. But look at this finish that's starting to line up in front of us out here for heat number 3. It's still St Hilda's Collegiate. Olivia Ollerenshaw, she's worked really hard down there in lane 3. She's got himself a boat length in front of St Margaret's, but then there's another boat length back to Burnside. So Burnside and St Margaret's, it's between you for the second qualifying spot, I would suggest. Then we go to Whakatipu. So nicely under control she is out here, Olivia Ollerenshaw. She's got 120 metres to go. She can look across and see everybody else and decide what she wants to do from there. She's moved out to a boat length and a half. She's got plenty of run on a boat. She's not over-rating. She's got plenty of power to be rating like that. She'll be putting it all on the legs. And she's just starting to move those hands a little bit quicker now. So second is still with St Margaret's College, Nina Oliver. So the challenge will have to come from Sam Rankin at Burnside. Nina's moving nicely too, though. Both these two scullers starting to move ahead from third and fourth. Move away from them now. Into the red buoy line goes St Hilda's now. Looking very comfortable. And 100 metres to go now for St Margaret's College. These two moving clear. They'll go through to the A final. Third at this stage is Burnside. And then we go across to Whakatipu. Mia just cranking up her hands a little bit there now, trying to get a little bit quicker at the finish. 100 metres to go for her. But Olivia Ollerenshaw from St Hilda's College looking very clean and tight as she comes down to take the buzzer now. 3 boat length lead to take this third heat of the girls under 17 single sculls from in second position Nina Oliver from St Margaret's College. And then we go 3 boat lengths back to Burnside. Half a boat length ahead of Whakatipu at this stage. Both those boats though will go through, sculls will go through into the B final. And then just we come back to Meridian College number 2 and Otago Girls number 2 in that heat. Yeah, second heat went through, won by Sophie Gibson in 9:13. That looks more like the time rather than the 6 minutes we had for the previous one. So let's have a look and see what's happening out here in the final race of this afternoon's program. It is still Emma Spittle out there from Waitaki Girls. She's had a very strong season. She won't mind being out there in lane 7. She'll do the work. She looks across. She can see that in second it is Otago Girls, Maggie Hepburn. And then we go right across to Hannah Dicey from Cromwell College is in second position. So for this last race, it's 1 and 2 through to the A final to make up the final finalists. Middle of the course here is Queen's High School. But Emma Spittle, she'd have a 2 boat length lead there over Maggie Hepburn from Otago Girls. Maggie Hepburn coached by Mike Goldsmith and Lucy Merriman. Emma Spittle under the tutelage of Ivan Doherty, spent a lot of time on this lake. Coached them as under the Oamaru Club. Knows this lake well, would have trained these scullers pretty well. So Emma Spittle through the last of the red boys. She's got a handy lead out there. She'll be 2 boat lengths in front of Otago Girls. These two looking really comfortable to go through to the A final. Then we come down to Cromwell College. Hannah Dicey, she's there in third. She'll go through to the B final. Just outside of her is St Hilda's Collegiate. Then we go across to Queen's High School, and then just a wee bit further back there in lane 6, Abby Peterson from Mount Aspiring College. Just the remaining safety boat and umpires following them down to bring today's proceedings to a close. Thank you, of course, to all the volunteers. Friday afternoon for many, so many have taken time off work to be here. The volunteers in the control tower, the volunteers who are down there running the live stream, the umpires and the safety boats, and all the people that make these fantastic regattas come together. They are a logistical symphony. So look at this hand, this great lead that Emma Spittle's got out there from Waitaki Girls. She's worked really hard out there in lane 7, and she's got a 2 boat length lead over Maggie Hepburn from Otago Girls. So both these ladies will go through to the final of the girls under 17 single sculls as we close out this 4th heat. Over the line now to take that buzzer is Emma. Congratulations, she goes over. First, second will be Maggie Hepburn. And then we just see down here, Cromwell College's Hannah Dicey will finish in third. So trying to finish fast down there is Maggie Dowling from St Hilda's Collegiate to take this other spot for the B final. Looks across, does Billy Askerud from Queen's High School. They've both got 100. Oh, Billy's got the advantage at this stage. She's just cranked up to see, make sure she can make sure of it. 50 metres to run there for Hannah. Into the B final she will go. Fourth will be Billy Askerud from Queen's High School. And then it will be fifth down here to St Hilda's Collegiate. And then closing the proceedings for today, out there in lane number 6 will be Mount Aspiring College. So thank you everyone. As you move away from the lakeside, please pick up any rubbish that you see, particularly your own. Thank you for your attendance this afternoon. We look forward to seeing you all again here tomorrow morning as we kick off from 8 o'clock. We'll just bring proceedings to completion here with Mount Aspiring College. As we close out the heats for the girls under 17 single sculls. As the flotilla of umpire boats and safety boats make their way back to the docks. Over the line goes Mount Aspiring College to close proceedings on today. Have a lovely evening, everybody, and we will see you back here tomorrow.